It is the sporting highlight of the year. 17 competitive fixtures, locations on and off campus, hundreds of competitors and supporters. But there can only be one winner. Can Team Warwick make it 32 years unbeaten? This is Varsity 2023. Welcome to Raw 12:51 AM, whether you're listening online or watching on the Raw Visual YouTube channel. I'm James Lewis, the head of sport here at the station, and I'm delighted to be guiding us through the sporting showdown between Warwick and Coventry. And welcome to the Sports and Wellness Hub. The base for today's action is we bring you live streams of 3 sports and 5 fixtures throughout the day. Netball is our game to watch this afternoon, but volleyball will open this morning's proceedings, and we'll also have a separate stream for Dodgeball. As always, you can get in touch with us on social media, follow along with the action using the hashtag Team Warwick. On Twitter, we're at raw1251_sport, and on Instagram, we're at raw1251sport. But let's get cracking with the volleyball today, and I can't do this alone. I'm joined by Naomi Richardson. Naomi, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good, James. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I see you've come prepared today with your varsity jumper.
Yeah. This was like the only reason. I'm kidding. This wasn't the only reason I wanted to join in, but I'm very excited to be wearing the appropriate clothing.
And we're absolutely delighted to be able to bring you men's volleyball coverage today. Let's have a quick look at the league table for Warwick and Coventry. We're looking at the league table. It's going to be quite a tight affair as they are all level on points. Warwick have been played more games, but I mean, based on form, we had this reverse fixture a few weeks ago where Warwick won 3-1 against Coventry. So Naomi, do you think that could play into how the game goes today?
I mean, maybe, because obviously previous games are going to give people certain amounts of confidence, but it's varsity, and I think with varsity comes a lot more pressure, which means that people will be playing differently, and they will probably be on top of their games more than they would be in just like a standard match.
And they're going to want to get points on the board early for Warwick. It's 2 points for a competitive win and 1 point for a competitive draw today. So Warwick and Coventry both hoping to get those points on the board to be winners of Varsity 2023. And we're seeing the balcony start to fill up here as well here at the Sports and Wellness Hub. Naomi, what are you going to make of the atmosphere today? What do you think it's going to be like?
Hopefully it's going to be really nice. I mean, as I say, I've never been here before. Hopefully it's going to be somewhat friendly. People aren't hurling insults at each other, but I guess we'll see what the day has to come and how the teams get on.
And ultimately, Warwick and Coventry are both competing for that varsity title. Can Warwick make it 32 years in a row, do you think?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, obviously we're part of Warwick. We've got a pretty good track record so far, but, you know, maybe this year will be the year.
And we've got the volleyball this morning, but lots of other sports. 17 fixtures, as we said today, happening here in the Sports and Wellness Hub and across campus and the Coventry Westwood Heath pitches. Naomi, are there any particular sports that you'd like to highlight?
Well, I've got to say, I've obviously got to highlight Dodgeball, which is happening at, is it 10:30 this morning, James?
It certainly will be, yep.
Which I will be commentating on. I have learnt the rules and I am ready to go. I'm very excited.
And we're absolutely delighted to be joined by commentators, co-commentators from the different clubs as they compete today to give us a little bit of extra insight about all the sports, a little bit more about the teams, about the clubs and how the game could go. All right, well, I mean, any other particular sports you want to highlight? We've got the netball later. Are you excited for that one?
I am. Do you know what? I am really excited to see the football. So we've got our good friend Elijah who's going to be at the football, and he might be calling in a little bit later to tell us how it's going. Do you know whether that's outside or inside? It
is outside. It is at the Coventry Westwood Heath pitches. So, I mean, it's a bit of a cold one this morning for Elijah, but thank you very much to him for going out there. And he's also going to be posting on our social media channels, as I mentioned at the top of the programme. You can find us on Instagram at raw1251sport. Excited to see what he gets up to.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I'm very glad that we're the ones inside. So we're in the beautiful Sports and Wellness Hub today. You'll be seeing a lot of nice shots of it once we've got our cameras all up and ready and rolling, and it's going to be really exciting. I'm very glad to not be outside because we've been out this morning and it is cold.
Yeah, quite cold out there. So good luck to all of the teams that are playing outside fixtures, as well as the women's football. We've got the women's rugby union, and some of the tennis games are happening outside as well. So that's going to be a cold one. And of course the hockey. The hockey's going to be our final fixture later on today. Do you hope that Team Warwick might have the victory wrapped up by that point?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I've got a question for you, James. Obviously, you've been watching a lot of the Bucks matches, but I don't tend to see them. Do they tend to get quite violent, quite competitive, or...?
Well, I mean, competitive may be one thing. I don't think it'll be violent. We were speaking for the Warwick Sports Show to Panos Cortis, who's the captain of the men's volleyball team, a few weeks ago. And after his game with Coventry, that 3-1 victory they had, they said they're all really good friends, actually, and they all get on and they can't wait to sort of go out and enjoy a drink together after the game. So I mean, it's a little bit early one today, so maybe it'll be a cup of coffee or a tea. We'll have to see.
Although I can imagine it might be a bit different when it comes to rugby.
Well, quite possibly. I know that quite a lot of our teams here at Team Warwick have got really good culture, and I suppose to have those links with those other clubs. So we might have to wait and see. You know, another sport that I'm gonna highlight as well. A sport close to home for me, a particular favourite of mine is the swimming.
Yes.
What do you think about the swimming today?
I think that's going to be really, really exciting. I love watching competitive swimming. Obviously, I've seen kind of the Olympics and things like that. It's always really cool, and I think there's definitely a lot of suspense there because it's not always clear. Because obviously, like in the Olympics, you've got those kind of guides where you can see where people are at, but it's not always very obvious. And then it's kind of everyone finishes, and then that's just that second before you're waiting to see who wins. There's always that tension. It's really exciting.
And some of the races last year really did go down to the wire, and we'll have to see if the volleyball game today goes down to the wire. As we said, kind of a 3-1 win for Warwick just a few weeks ago, although Coventry did win the reverse fixture when Coventry were playing at home. That was a little bit earlier on in the season. So Naomi, how do you think the game might progress today?
I mean, obviously it's a little bit different because we're in Warwick, we're not in Coventry, and obviously when you're at home you have the advantage, but I'm seeing a lot of Coventry supporters in the stands today, a few of them with very, very loud instruments, so we'll see if that support helps them play out. But as I've got to say, with the fixture being 3-1, I mean, it's a difference, but it's not a huge difference, James. It sounds like it could easily tip in one person's favour, you know?
Yeah, some of those sets, those sets in the volleyball games going up to 25 points, and you must have 2 clear points to be able to win the set. So there were some times where it was quite close between the two. One of the sets in that game did go down to the side of Warwick, had to win 26-24 that set to be able to claim it. So it was quite tight during the games. But one thing that I noticed was kind of some of the blocking that happened at the net in particular as well. I mean, that could also be quite important. Let's hope they've got their jumping legs on them today, Warwick.
Yes, they've got to have a spring in their step. I mean, we've been watching them warm up for about 30 minutes, and they all seem fairly ready to go. I was very, very impressed because they can all touch their toes, and I cannot touch my toes.
I don't think I'm going to try on stream to do that today. Maybe we'll have a look later. But yeah, as we said, they've been warming up behind us so far today. Warm-up's still going underway. We were due to start at 10 o'clock. But, I mean, as we say, the warm-up's still going. I'm surprised I haven't been hit by a ball up here. I do feel like I'm in a bit of a vulnerable position looking behind me.
Yeah, I mean, especially because we've got all this technology up here. I'm like, if we get hit, it's going to be a very serious problem.
Potentially quite so. You might be able to see some of the balls going up in the background behind us as well. But it sounds of it, that referee's whistle looking like the teams may start to be coming together. So, Naomi, can I get a score prediction from you? How do you think this game's going to go?
Okay, I think it's going to go 3-2 to Warwick. What about you?
Or I think it might be close. As we were talking about, some of those sets might be quite close, but I still think we might see a repeat of the game that we saw a few weeks ago where Warwick may win 3-1. Well, as the teams are starting to get ready here at the Sports and Wellness Hub in Zone C, thank you very much for joining us today on Raw Visual and radio.warwick.ac.uk for Varsity 2023, and the atmosphere really starting to go here. I'm delighted that we've got instruments. I'm delighted that we can bring you this atmosphere. And I'm delighted that we can bring you some expert commentary for today's game, which we'll pass over to in just a second. From Raw, we have Tom Oakland, and from Warwick Volleyball Club, we have Ollie Watson.
and welcome to Raw 12:51 AM. We are on the commentary team for the men's volleyball for Varsity. I am Tom Oakland and I'm here joined with
Oliver Watson.
So we've got a big match-up today, Warwick and Coventry. They're both close to the top of the table. They're level on points, but Warwick has one game over Coventry. In the past two games, we've had a 3-1 to Coventry and a 3-1 to Warwick. So coming in here, it's going to be close. We've got all to look forward to, and they're about to start.
Ones to watch on Warwick are number 72, Dennis Akar, and on Coventry side, number 7, Fred. First off to serve is number 14, the setter.
With a very fancy finger spin.
Good serve. Oh, and a shank. Tip from the opposite. And that is first point goes to Warwick.
First point of the matchup goes to Warwick after we have two diving stops from both sides, and number 14 is back on the serve. Serve goes out, so point to Coventry, and Coventry are now serving. The one to watch, Fred, is on the serve, they're number 7. There, number 10, who is the middle, blocks the ball straight down from the serve after a poor receive in the middle of the court. And Fred is up to serve again. A lovely back set from number 14 is finished by number 72, Akar, with a spike that goes across the court down on the left side. Unstoppable. And the same man who just finished the ball, number 72, is up to serve. A powerful serve, it is not stopped, and that's an ace. The libero falls on the floor. And he's up to serve again. We've got some passionate fans fueling Warwick here as well. But the powerful serve hits the net and is put up by their setter. It's a lovely spike that goes just wide of the line. It's another point for Warwick. And up to serve again is 72, Akar. Powerful spike, well received by the libero. A back set from the setter into a tip from their opposite. And a lovely spike by Warwick that is blocked but goes out by Coventry. So the point again goes to Warwick and number 72, Akar, to serve. We've had 3 very good serves so far. Can he make it 4? No, we can't. That goes out. Point to Coventry. It was a good run of serving, and Warwick are now up 5-3. Coventry's number 3 to serve. Does a floater to the right-hand side of the court. It's tipped over by Warwick's middle. And a lovely back set. Followed by a spike from Coventry that goes just long, and so the point goes to Warwick. Warwick is serving with number 5. There is Magda. Again, a serve that has a lot of movement in the air, and Coventry failed to receive it, so point to Warwick. It's now 6-3, 7-3. Magda to serve once again. And the Warwick crowd are absolutely ecstatic. It's again a lovely serve, received well by Coventry. A beautiful spike that Warwick can't receive and goes straight out of bounds. Point to Coventry.
I mean, it's very difficult to stop a hit like that. Didn't look like there was much spin on it, so if it comes off your arms, it's just going back out.
Whoa.
Very smart play, but it's picked up. Another roll. Revenge.
Number 5 is turning out to be a very, very clever player. He's had some tricky plays that we haven't been able to stop in defense. I feel like we need to applaud as well number 3, who's diving stop with his hand flat on the floor. He sort of pancakes it all the way up.
Oh, incredible.
A relatively weak serve from number 10 is not capitalised on by Warwick. Oh.
And it's up.
Blocked by Coventry.
Flicked it off the ball.
Full touch.
That was a double. I'm not sure from who, but the referee has made his decision. And that will go to Warwick for a foot fault. And Theo Pampukis to serve. Slightly awkward toss on that serve. You couldn't quite get much power on it. But that is a big spike and a big block for Warwick.
What's the ruling on net touch
It's a bit difficult to say. And that serve is out.
Number 11 with the right-footed jump up to serve.
And that is out.
We want more of that for Team Warwick.
Indeed. And this is Matt to serve. Oh, and he messes up the jumper. Unfortunate.
It looked quite difficult to hit the toss. It was up very high.
It was an awkward toss. Oh, that's just out.
A relatively confused set is hit just wide of the court as 2 people go out for it at once, and neither hits it well.
It's a good receipt.
Oh,
And a tip from the middle. It's going to be a free.
huge spike. Number 72 is turning out to be the power player so far. He's won 6 of Warwick's 11 points.
And that is a lovely serve. Just tipped it short, and number 5 can't get there.
Number 6, who's just served the ball, seems to have an interesting, almost snake-like run-up as he curves around to hit the ball. That's very unique. I'm sure it confused both teams.
Another short serve, but it's picked up by the libero.
Oh,
And a clean line from the Coventry outside.
Their main man, Fred, is now once again in the front line, and he looks like he's their opposite. Coventry to serve. A well-handled serve by Ekar, who comes in with a lovely spike, which is well handled by their number 9.
It's quite a wide set. And that's quite a low set.
Well blocked in the middle by Michael. A poor set from Coventry left them kind of lost in the middle of the court, and Warwick capitalised on that advantage. Number 14 is up to serve once again, with beautiful finger spin apparently.
Decent serve.
Tough serve leaves the libero literally scratching his head as that one bounces off out of bounds.
Coventry just doesn't seem to be on it today in terms of defence. Could be that, or the Warwick serves are just too good.
The signature finger spins back, and we all know that means destruction as a lovely serve comes in, which is again handled not that well. Coventry are able to return the ball over the net, whilst the back set is beautiful.
Wow. Wow. That is a great line.
Gonna Warwick opposite.
Yes.
Straight down the line, past the outreached arms of the outside of Coventry, who could do nothing to stop it. Warwick forming a tribal triangle in the middle to block the vision of Coventry.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wow. He just stayed in the air.
yeah. It's a really nice passage of play forming here. And Coventry hit it, but it's into the net, so another point to Warwick, which puts us up to 16-10, which is a very strong advantage in the first set.
And that is the first time out for Coventry. Followed by some heckles from the Warwick side.
We've got a very happy Warwick bench right now. They're all going in there, they're smiling, whilst Coventry, on the other hand, look rattled.
Absolutely rattled.
I think it might be something to do with the blaring horns we've got here in the stand. What sort of tactics are Warwick going to be trying to change up? Would you think they'll keep everything the same heading into the end of the timeout?
I mean, it seems to be working so far, so I think they'll just continue with it. Serves have been consistent. They've really been shaking the Coventry defence, so it looks good.
If I was Coventry, I'd be scared after that shout as the finger spin comes back, and we all know what that means. It's a good serve. Oh, and it's a great serve. Tips off the net, but well received by the libero, and the ball is now over with
And
a
the
free to
libero
Warwick side.
is going to have to set.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. A powerful spike twice in a row.
2 for 2.
72.
And it's picked up.
He's an absolute unit on the court. 72 is the MVP so far. I mean, spike after spike, and he doesn't seem stoppable just yet. Can they find a solution for him and the finger spin serve from Cortis?
Oh, unfortunate. You tried going short. It was a little bit too short.
And we all know in volleyball, being short is never something good. Unless you're Fred, Coventry's man of the hour, who's the tiny titan.
Well, both teams have very short setters, but it doesn't seem to matter.
No, not when they've got hands like that.
No. Creamy.
Fred coming in with the set, which is handled not very well by Warwick, apparently. The referee calls it for Coventry after a confusing run of play near the net, which appeared to result in a double.
That was a lift.
A lift?
Yes.
Yes. He went up too many floors. Fred again to serve. Not an insanely powerful serve. Oh, beautiful play from the outside to the middle, and it's tipped down by the main man once more. It's passed along by number 72. Seems to be instrumental in all of the plays we've had so far. It's now 18-12 to Warwick. 72 is back on the serve. The high toss. A powerful serve straight to
Picked
the
up well.
Oh. And a great spike from the middle, which our libero is unable to receive, and the point goes to Coventry, making it 18-13. Warwick don't seem bashed by it though, as they make a sub. Oh, controversial. The main man, number 72, is off the pitch and has been replaced by number 8, which looks like Archibald. Oh, well received by the back of the court. Into number 8, making an instant appearance, spiking it off the hands of the blockers, and it goes out of bounds, pointing to Warwick, 19-13. Never question the tactics of the coach, I guess.
I would think number 72 is coming off, so number 10 can form a more defensive role, and then he will likely be switched back in once he reaches front court.
And number 5, who had the great link-up play with number 72 before, has now come off, which is Magda, who's also been very good at winning points. And we have a missing libero. A libero.
Number 4 coming in as pinch setter, and it is out.
A frustrated number 4 once again comes off the court and is replaced by a libero, number 18, who hasn't seen much action this game, as a foot fault goes in the way
Another
of Warwick.
foot fault from number 10 again.
Number 10 is not enjoying it, and his team have said no thank you and thrown him straight off the pitch. He won't be serving again. You know who will? Team Warwick with number 1, who's got face paint. Has he got the aggression and the tactics to match the face paint?
I have faced a few of this man's serves before, and they are not fun to deal with.
That sounds fun to Team Warwick today, as he comes in with a interesting serve. They seem to move quite a lot in the air. A
Big
block
block.
with the face into a very confusing spike that seemed to be mishit and sort of span off to the side at the back of the court. And number 10, who replaced our man, number 72, was left sprawling and unable to catch it. And so Coventry's number 11 is up to serve, and he hasn't got a great serving record thus far, being 0 from 1. Let's hope he makes it 0 from 2. He does not.
It's over
Oh,
wow.
tip.
Great.
Completely
Slight-
catching Coventry off guard.
Slight overpass from number 10, but it's capitalised on with a lovely tip.
Small but mighty.
Indeed.
Oh, and 72 straight back. Oh no, 72 is not straight back, but he wants to be. He's ready and raring to go. He's got more face paint than the rest, and that correlates with more points than the rest as well.
Ooh.
As a point goes to Warwick for...
Wonderful spike, but a double's called for Coventry.
Oh, very unfortunate. That was a lovely spike.
It was incredible. It's probably one of the best we've seen today. Oh, serve just on the baseline.
Archibald, the substitute, he's made an impact. He's come in, he's got a spike, and now he's got an ace. I think Coventry are looking a bit scared. It is 23-15 to Warwick. The set's nearing to a close. And again,
Oh.
an ace. What a beautiful serve.
Perfect serve. Just in the corner. No one's there.
Threw the ball up spinning into the air. Looked really difficult to connect with, but not for Archibald. He's the main man so right now. As Warwick are looking to call for a timeout, but seem to fail to do so. And number 8's up for another serve. 24-15 to Warwick. Can he shut the door on them and make the point differential 10?
Ooh.
Lovely serve, well received by the number 7, but it's a free ball over the net. Coventry have a spike by the... which goes way out. 25-15 to Warwick. That's the end of the first set.
Well, there we go. Quite a dominant performance from Warwick in the first half. I'm now joined by Will Kingswood. Will, what have you made of that first set?
No, it seems really good so far. Obviously, at the start, team's quite close, but Warwick stretching out that lead. Number 72, in particular, we've all been watching, has seemed to be the dominant player, seemed to be the star man for Warwick, but all of the players on the team performing at such a high level.
Yeah, and quite a lot of play going on around the net as well, like having to try and get those blocks in. A lot of quite kind of possibly drop balls over the net as well, like aim to and land kind of just the other side. I mean, that seems to be quite a tactic that both teams have employed so far.
Yeah, obviously, part of the strategy of volleyball, do you want to go for that smash? Do you want to go for that drop shot? Trying to make the opponent think you're going for the other one, think you're going for the smash, then you play the drop shot, or vice versa.
And we've seen both sides really coming together as a team kind of after each point, whether they win it or they lose it. They're able to come together. What have you made of that team support?
Well, it's a team sport, it's a team mentality, and it shows that, I guess, even if you do lose a point, even if, as we saw there was a serve that I think Warwick especially were laughing about because it didn't go exceptionally well, but the fact they all came together, the fact they laughed about it shows that they are playing as a team and are able to perform and win and lose as a team as well.
Exactly, and that kind of so important with a big game like this. Varsity, we see both teams still in their huddles at this break in the set, with Warwick 1-0 up against Coventry. The first game here at Varsity 2023. Well, are you excited for the rest of the day's action?
Yeah, no, it should be a really good day. We're obviously also covering Dodgeball on our second stream. That's just over from the volleyball as well, and obviously Dodgeball, very fun sport, but there are sports going on throughout campus, throughout the sports hall, and outside as well. We've got netball, we've got hockey as well outside on the Westwood pitches. So no, should be a really good day.
Yeah, plenty of sport as you mentioned. And any particular fixtures that you want to highlight?
Nothing in particular. I think that's the thing. If you are interested in any of these sports, if you are interested in obviously watching them, you can go in there anywhere. It is all free. And I think it should be a really good lineup today. Maybe one that I do want to highlight, obviously the cricket we did play last year was quite a resounding success for Coventry, so perhaps seeing if Warwick can get the revenge for this year.
We'll have to wait and see. I suppose Warwick look like they kind of had their team discussions so far in this break. Coventry still in their huddle down there on courtside. It looks like we may have a bit of a spillage down on the court, maybe a water bottle that's tipped over. So we'll have to see how long that takes to clean up, I suppose. I mean, one of the unexpected things you get with sport, but making sure that everybody's safe. Going into the second set now, what do you think is going to be going through the minds of the Warwick players?
Well, I mean, they're one set up. Obviously, they do have that lead coming into the second set. I think if you're winning and you were winning by such a convincing margin, in the end, there's not really any point in changing your approach. Obviously, you're going to anticipate Coventry might change some things up, but if you keep doing what you're doing, if you keep playing well, then I don't see why Warwick can't take this set as well and potentially the match.
Yeah, we'll see how they get on in this set. As you can hear, the crowd cheering them on as they're called onto the pitch by the referee. So I'll hand back to our expert commentary team of Tom Oakland and Ollie Watson.
Hello, welcome back to set 2. So after a pretty convincing first set from Warwick, Coventry have led us out with a weak chant of Cov. I'm feeling pretty confident for Team Warwick, but I can't say I have any bias. That would be wrong of me. Fred, Coventry's big man with some swanky shoes, is coming up for the serve. His serves haven't been that hard to deal with thus far. And of course, the main thing to note for Warwick is that number 72 is back on the court, and straight away in the action as the setter confuses Coventry, tips it over. Lovely bot from number 5 is well received by Coventry, who again haven't had the ability to get a clean spike. A back set from number 14 is slightly sliced by number 1, who is from the back, and that goes sprawling off wide, which is unfortunate for Warwick, but it's Fred to serve again.
He has a very strange kind of hybrid serve, because he throws the ball up with spin, and then most of the time he just floats it like that. Oh.
A tough receive for number 72, but he doesn't care, coming in with a cross-court spike, which is really well received by Coventry, who once again are suffering from a relatively poor set. As Coventry are able to stop 72 from dominating with a pancake, but that doesn't matter. He's back, they're not. Spikes it into the number 5, who's left falling over. That's how powerful we've got in number 72. I think he's got even more face paint on since the break, and that's probably a good sign. Number 14 up to serve, who proved difficult for them last time. Not a very challenging serve, well received by the libero. As the setter is able to tip it over the net, and Warwick can do nothing to stop that. Coventry starting set 2 pretty strong as it's 2-1. And the number 3 is up to serve. Into the net. No complaint there. I can't say as a commentator I felt particularly intimidated by his serve as I have by others. One thing that's useful to note at this point in the game is in the previous fixtures, both have had a 3-1 win, one to each team. In fact, in the games that we had most recently on Wednesday. Warwick won 3-1 against Loughborough and Coventry 3-1 against Cambridge, both dropping a set. But Warwick look ready and raring to go. 72 with an emphatic shout was able to smash it down, and Coventry can do once again nothing about it from the serve. So here he is to serve again. A very powerful serve and an even more powerful shout, but it's well received by Coventry. The ball seems to gravitate towards 72. It's number 8 with a lovely spike. It's the right-hand side of the outside for Coventry and goes off into the out of bounds.
It's a very tight angle. To get a wipe on that is very impressive.
72 to serve again. And the serve.
Oh, that will be a rotation error for Coventry. So that point will go to Warwick.
Number 72 had clearly planned that and so decided the serve didn't need to go in. So by watching their rotation fail, he served out and didn't care. So point to Warwick anyway, and it's 5-2, storming the start of the set. It's up to serve again. And this one's in. A beautiful pop by Fred into a diagonal from their opposite, who's had a lot of really, really strong diagonal hits this game. I mean, he seems to be a man to watch when he's on the outside. And Coventry, Warwick are unable to stop it. Coventry to serve with the foot fault number 10, but he doesn't do it again. But it doesn't matter. Number 1 with a powerful strike between the hands of the middle and the outside and the opposite. And another point to Warwick, 6-3. This is a pretty strong lead going into the start. So well received by Coventry, who quickly set it up with a powerful spike straight into the chest of a Warwick player who's unable to receive it properly. And the point goes again to Coventry, 6-4. And number 6, Igor, is up to serve. Quite a low toss, goes into a relatively weak serve, which number 72 scares them off and spikes it back over the net. This man's back is going to start hurting soon, but for now we're taking advantage of that. Race number 1, who previously had a really nice spike, is up to serve. The floater, which the libero doesn't deal with well. As Coventry able to get a very strong tip off a poor receive. Well received at the back by number 3 from a deep spike, but it's set poorly by the libero and goes out of bounds. He was aiming for the ref. I think there's some intensity there. (8-4) to Warwick and number 1 to serve again. So I've dealt with much better by the libero. Fred hikes it up and the diagonal is really well received by the Warwick libero. Diving down, one hand to stop it, but unable to stop the point as it's tipped up and the middle, Georgios for Coventry, spikes it down the middle where there is no one left in wait to stop it. 8-5 by Coventry, but a really nice run of play. These players are not scared of the floor. They are flinging themselves to get these balls up. As number 5 serves an ace after a communication error between the libero and our favourite person ever, number 72. Number 5, who is serving for Coventry, has been their main point scorer so far, with a lot of cross-court spikes. With a decent serve, well received by the libero, into a blocked spike from the outside. And the ball is caught by the ref, not by choice, but by circumstance. And that point goes to Coventry. 8-7. It's heating up in set number 2. Number 5 coming to serve again. A nice serve straight into the libero. The setter attempts to tip it, but it's blocked by the opposite of Coventry, Elsknis. And Warwick appeared to be calling a timeout. Coventry are going to be really happy going into this after a pretty strong win from Warwick in set 1. Any insight into what we reckon's going on in either huddle?
I think the Coventry serves have been much stronger this set. Perhaps they were just warming up, but some communication errors from Warwick, a few silly mistakes, just letting balls go through. Hopefully this time out, it's just a chance for Warwick to kind of regain their mental, and they'll come back fighting.
It's worth noting also that the Coventry players have been way more consistent, but also that they've had different people serving as to last set, which could have been something that's instrumental in the change, as number 5 has now had 2 points in a row from his serve. Can he make it 3? He's tossing the ball back with quite a low toss, but the serve is well received. Number 6 changes hand mid-air, which is the middle for Warwick. The libero does a lovely set into the outside for Coventry, who spikes it cross court, and Warwick again are unable to hand it. And Coventry, for the first time today, have the lead. Number 5 with a serve close to the net, received by number 72, but there's again a communication error from Warwick. If they want to win against a toughening side, they're going to need to get this communication improved, as number 5 comes in for a serve once more. Really consistent serves. A poor receive from 72, but it's recovered by the setter, number 14. Fred goes for an out-of-place tip, and it's called as a lift by the referee. Oh, and the referee is pulling out something yellow from his pocket. Who's it going to? Is it Fred or the other setter? It's Team Warwick. The Warwick libero seems to have received a yellow card for something.
I'm not quite sure what that was. Maybe a vocal outburst after that point.
Adding a little bit of spice into the game.
It seems maybe some frustration coming from 72, as the serve seems to be focused on him. Not the greatest defender on the team, and it might just be getting to his head a bit.
Though he may not be the best in defence, in attack, he's an absolute weapon, and it's Archibald, the ace man, coming in with some scary serves, but it's dealt with well by the backs of Coventry. And 72, with all the anger he has left, spikes that ball.
And it's over.
And it's really well handled by Coventry, but they can't do it twice in a row. It's tipped over the net by the middle of Warwick after a nice set from number 14. And Coventry, who were just on the floor, didn't have time to slide their way across to the front of the court and stop that one either. It falls in the middle, and Warwick to serve again with number 8. Who serves another ace. He seems to be the server of this team. I mean, having received his serves before, would you say he's the best?
He has very good accuracy, and the power that comes with it as well is very scary.
Warwick once again creating the eye-blocking pyramid in the middle of the court, but his serve goes just out after he hits it off his thumb.
You can hear the miss hit.
Yeah, there wasn't a loud thump on the ball as there normally is. As the pinch server comes in for Coventry, as it's 11-11, Georgios for the serve.
Wow.
A really
Definitely
flat serve.
72.
Yeah, every serve so far has gone to number 72, but he's done quite well with it. And he's not happy with this targeting. Absolutely finishes them once again after some confusing play at the net, but it's well kept up by Warwick after hitting it off the net and it comes back. Pinch servers haven't been doing their job enough this game.
It says it happens. You know, they come off the bench cold, and it's difficult to actually perform.
Number 6 with his first serve of the game. Not too powerful, but well. Oh,
Wow. What a tip.
Fred, the sneaky man, gets close to the net. He looks like he's going to ping it right across to the opposite of, or to the outside of Coventry, but he tips it over where there is no one lying in wait. 12-12, Fred to serve. Low serve, close to the net, but that doesn't faze Warwick.
Wow.
The Warwick back row leaping high, smashing that one straight past all of Coventry, who just had to look. And Warwick once again regained the lead, 13-12 to Warwick. the Warwick fans take to French as number 72 receives it well, but 5, which is Magda, is unable to stop the ball properly, hits it from his hand into his face. And Elksness is up to serve once more for Coventry. Serves it to the libero, who deals with it really strongly. And a great block from Coventry on the diagonal that was coming from number 1. And number 72 tries to control the ball a little bit more, and it just heads straight out of bounds.
It was a short set, so he really had to cut inside. He even chose to go for his left hand, his non-dominant, so probably the reason it's so far out.
Coventry with a poor set, which is then tipped over for a free ball. And a really clever tip by the opposite of Warwick is received well by Coventry. Warwick have quite a low set coming in from number 14, and Archibald, the serving menace, is unable to control the ball properly and pings it out of bounds. That's point to Coventry, 15-13. Number 3 up to serve again. He goes to number 8, which is Archibald. And a quick from between 14 and 5. It's well handled by Coventry, as the middle is able to hit it down to an undefended court as the ball floated over in quite an uncomfortable position for Warwick. And Coventry, they're beginning to pick up some momentum. It's 16-13. And Eriksson is to serve once more. Serve well received by the libero. And number 72, they say lightning doesn't strike twice. Well, he doesn't miss twice. That's a spike straight down. Nobody's stopping that. A hit so scary that the game has been paused. And Archibald has been taken off for number 7, who seems to be coming in the opposite position? Outside position. .72 to serve. We've seen how powerful they can be so far. A really high toss, but received well by the Coventry setter. And once again, Coventry with their sort of go-to combo of a great receive by the libero, a lovely high toss by Fred, spiked diagonally across by number 5, who's been a big player for them so far. As the man of foot faults comes to serve, but he doesn't fault his feet once more. Warwick unable to spike the ball properly, so tip it over. The spike is not blocked properly, it goes into the net, but Warwick able to receive it properly. And a diving stop hits the Coventry cameraman, and that goes out for a Coventry point. Coventry seem to be doing really well with these little tips this game.
I think they're definitely getting used to the way Warwick plays, so might be time to switch it up.
Yeah, 18-14, Warwick. It's about time now that they start getting powerful. As number 10 goes to serve again, it's received by the libero, but it looked like it was intended to hit our 72, but it doesn't matter. Number 7, who's just come on the pitch, he's the Warwick outside, and he's done well. So 6 is now outside, right?
No, middle.
6 is middle.
Middle, so they'll switch.
Oh, so 7's still outside. Yeah. Serve from Warwick goes straight down the middle as an easy receive, but the set goes behind the outside of Coventry as a relatively low set. It's hit by number 72, who's having a bit of a slower game than the first set, and it goes long. Coventry's number 6, Igor, is up to serve once more. Again, the serve goes to 72, seems to be the focal point, but a quick from the setter to the middle is handled well by Coventry. And the back set from Warwick's main setter, number 14. It pings off to the back. Yep, a free ball for Warwick. A really tough set to hit, but Warwick's outside number 7 deals with it well. And once again, Coventry gaining from poor communication in Warwick as the ball just drops into the middle. And is that a timeout called by Warwick?
Second timeout for Warwick this set.
Is this sign of worry? How many timeouts do they get per set?
Just
or per
two.
one? Okay. So it's their final timeout. Seems to be a rousing talk from who looks to be their manager, but I mean, it seems so far. Warwick seems to be far better on the offense, but defensively, Coventry have the upper hand.
I think Coventry just know how to exploit the weaknesses and the gaps that Warwick are leaving, and they're just racking up the points because of it.
Yeah, I mean, if Warwick want to take this home, then less defensive errors are needed, and maybe less chance in French from the crowd. It is number 6, Igor, returning to serve once again. And the serve goes very, very long. He'd win the contest of the day for longest serve, but that's not the contest we've got here. It's volleyball. As number 1 comes up to serve. Oh, and it comes off the net, and Fred is unable to receive it. That's would we call that luck, or would we call that skill?
A very big stroke of luck for Warwick.
Yeah, I mean, it literally tips straight off. Really, really hard to receive for Fred, who hits it into the net and is unable to recover it after that. One going for the same again, as that has a lot of movement in the air, but Fred doesn't care. He hits it to the diagonal man, and their trusty combo was stopped this time by Warwick. But the man who wasn't stopped is number 72. It comes back in forward for us with a really powerful spike.
The blocker just not far enough over the net for it to go back into the Coventry side.
Number 1, who seems to be quite a technical server, he's up again.
There's a lot of movement in the air.
Oh, the ball is really difficult to read. So hard to read that the libero for Coventry, number 2, hits it backwards, and he hits backwards as well. And that's a point to Warwick. Warwick clearly have a strong team talk, because it's 19-20. That's 4 points in a row. A serve again with a lot of movement. It's handled by Coventry's number 3. And the one-arm diving received by Warwick libero turns into a free ball in Coventry's favour. And again, a very, very clever tip from Coventry, which Warwick are not prepared for. It's to Warwick hitting the ball out of bounds, and it's 21-19 to Coventry, who were able to stop that flow of momentum, which was going very strongly in the favour of Warwick. Warwick's number 5 up to serve, once again targeting 72, and a beautiful block.
Lovely cover from the Warwick libero.
As the Warwick 72 hits it from the back into Coventry. Oh, a huge set from Warwick to the middle, who seemed to hang in the air for about 25 minutes. And that was a good 25 minutes as he powers the ball down. Coventry aren't able to do anything, and it spills out off the block and goes out of bounds. Point to Warwick. Number 7 to serve. And that serve goes into the net, and he into his teammate. And 22-20 to Coventry. It's looking a bit dangerous. Do we think Warwick has this?
I mean, they can definitely come back. We've just seen them get 4 points in a row. We know it's possible. They just have to do it.
Coventry pinch serve is up. And he's down. That hits the bar on the side of the net, which means it's out. Point to Warwick. Pinch servers not having the best game so far. But again, as we said, they're cold. It's hard to warm up. 21-22, Warwick to serve. Quite a high serve, but dealt with very, very well by Coventry. A nice block by Warwick's opposite. And the setter tries to tip it, but in a bad position. Coventry have control over the ball and control over the game. 23-21 to Coventry. And Fred is up to serve.
It's strange that number 14's tips aren't really working today. They're usually very effective.
Once again, the serve aimed at number 72, but he's getting very, very consistent on the receives. Receives it to the setter, who pops it back up to 72, and we all know what it means when he spikes. It's a win.
I mean, you have to give credit to the setter on that one. Just how low he got for that ball is incredible.
And that is same setter came in with a difficult to handle serve, as it's a free ball for Warwick. Setter going for a back set, which is beautifully finished by the Warwick number 1, and we're all tied up. It's a close game, 23-23. This set it's been intense. We've been everywhere. We've been 5 points down, 3 points up, and this looks like a timeout for Coventry. So Coventry coming into the timeout. Last timeout, they were 5 points up. This timeout, it's all even at 23-23. If Warwick are able to win these next 2 straight points, they have the set and they go 2 up. And the same, of course, applies for Coventry. But Warwick have the serve, which would you say is considered an advantage?
Oh, absolutely. And with such a consistent server like number 14, I mean, it's tough to come back from this.
He's looking at the wall. He doesn't need to look at Coventry. That's a confident man. And once again, the man who spins it on his finger. As you said, Mr. Consistency with a floater. That's really hard to stop, and that's a free ball for Warwick. Great serve. As the set to the opposite of Warwick, who is number 72, pelts it, and it's right on the line. I mean, he's a force of nature, this man.
Very close call. I don't even know if that was in, but
neither do I, but we trust in linemen.
we trust in the line judge.
Number 14 with, again, a difficult serve. Libero gets really low for it. It's Fred as a back set. The outside of, the opposite. The outside of Coventry spikes it into the hands of number 72, and it goes out. Point to Coventry, 24-24. Well received by the Warwick Libero, and the middle spike is blocked. The Libero sets it up to number 5, who seems to be a diagonal specialist.
Lovely up.
And number 72, who else when you need a good spike? Set from Fred, seemed quite low, quite difficult to hit, but not for 72. Stretches his arms out, hits it, and Coventry are able to get a block, but it's not high enough, and it goes under the net. And that's a win for Warwick in that point. 25-24, serving to win. Nice serve, and that's the set to Warwick. I mean, fighting their way down, and that's a really, really nice comeback, showing some real grit and resilience. 26-24, set 2 goes to Warwick. It is 2-0 up.
Well, I wasn't sure that Warwick were going to be able to win that set there. There were times that worried me. But Will, what have you made of that set?
I'd like to say I was never worried because I have faith, but no, Warwick obviously being behind for the majority of the set, but able to pull it out right at the end, and that probably will have a big effect on the mentality of both teams. Warwick thinking now 2-0 up, going into potentially the final set if they do win it. Coventry being ahead for so long and then not coming out on top. That will obviously have an effect.
And having to go beyond the usual 25 points there in that set, it was very tight towards the end. And we saw a yellow card in that game as well, in that set. I suppose someone's going to be walking on a tightrope in this half.
Yeah, obviously, don't want to be upsetting the referees, don't want to be saying anything that might earn you that yellow card, but I think they'll know that. They'll know that they have to do better, that they don't want to get any more infringements, and I think it'll be fine.
Exactly, and some quite powerful shots, I'd say. That I don't know if I've quite got the reaction time and the reactions to be able to deal with some of those shots that would be coming over the net at quite a pace. What did you make of some of the power of those shots?
No, we have seen some incredibly powerful shots, and more than that, some incredibly instinctive saves. You look to people, I think the number 18 on Warwick's side had an amazing one about halfway through the set, and it is it's almost like just trying to get a piece of your body in the way, knock it back up into the air, and let your team do the rest.
I mean, quite a few Warwick players are trying to try and give a name check to there. We might as well mention the number 18 there, Stefan Zikarev. I mean, quite kind of in a performance from him then so far, been notable by you. And we also got other sports that are taking place here across campus so far today. So Elijah, over at the Sports and Wellness Hub, you can see on our social media, on Instagram and on Twitter, an interview that he did with the women's football coach, James, before their game. They're currently 1-0 up, about half an hour into their game. So we'll have to see how that game progresses. Warwick, absolutely dominant in their league so far this season, and won 9-0 in the home game against Coventry in the league. So, I mean, I was kind of hoping for double digits. But we'll see. We'll see if they're going to get to that point, Will.
Yeah, obviously double digits. Big scores in football. You looked at the Premier League, had never seen double-digit scorelines, so hopefully Warwick can do something professional footballers at the top of their game can't.
Well, exactly. I mean, we're talking to James on the Warwick Sports Show a few times, saying that Varsity was just going to be a really good fixture to be able to get the team together. Obviously, the league being the focus, but I mean, everyone loves a Varsity fixture. We've got an incredible crowd here as well that have been quite loud, as I'm sure you've been able to hear through the game.
Yeah, no, Warwick have been making the majority of the noise. I'm going to be honest, I hadn't realised Coventry bought fans until that halfway through the second step when they decided to start making some noise. But no, as soon as Warwick came back into the game, they once again fell silent.
All right, well, the players are back on court for the next set, so we might as well hand over to our dynamic Coventry team.
Thank you. Welcome back. We're returning for the third set. And we were talking in the break that it's worth noting that from previous results, Coventry have either played in 3-0 or 3-1 games this year. Given Warwick are on the favourable side of 2, do they change their history, or is this looking like a sweep for Warwick coming in? Number 14, Mr. Consistent, is up to serve. Who serves won the set last game. A serve well received by the libero, and Fred starts us off with a cheeky tip.
Off the first point, that is bold.
He's a brave man, Fred, and it works out for him, as he's now got the serve, and it's 1-0 to Coventry. Fred with a relatively low toss, well received by Archibald, and a slightly miss-hit spike by the middle. Seems to confuse Coventry and himself, and it stops in the middle of the court.
I mean, he's just, come on, he's cold. It happens.
Listen, it worked. A point to point. Warwick to serve with number 72, Akar. Whose powerful serve drops just into the very end of the court after it's left by Coventry, who think it's going out. He's won enough points by himself thus far to have had his own set, but that's why he's the main man. A beautiful serve. The libero tries to receive it, but it's just too powerful. It spins off to the left and goes out of bounds. That's 2 in a row. 3-1 to Warwick. Warwick seem to be quite a strong momentum team. They go on very big winning streaks, and hopefully this is another one. Very high toss met by a hard serve that's well received by the number 5 of Coventry. As a block from the freshly come on middle, who's appearing for the first time for Warwick. He's unable to block it properly, and it goes out of bounds for a point to Coventry. We're able to stop that before Warwick began racking up the points. As it's Exodus for the serve, number 3. Well received by 8. Difficult for Archibald. And the setter is able to pop it up, and Archibald tips it over. Coventry simply are not ready to stop that ball.
Number 8's got more rolls than a bakery.
What he said. I mean, there's a lot of cheeky tips going on this game as we see the first serve from number 16, and it hits the top of the net and comes down. And he was the pinch server, and he's been subbed off for, well, the libero's back in number 18. And we're seeing on the side here, Skulls, the second libero, might be coming on soon to replace Zarkov. Serve once more, aimed at 72. He receives it well, but the back set combination isn't quite strong enough. There's number 5 for Coventry, who is their opposite. No, he's their outside. He's able to block that ball. Fraser for Coventry serves. Again, straight at 72, but a quick from Warwick. And Coventry are able to capitalise on what seemed like a relatively good receive from Warwick, but they just play the ball so quickly that Warwick are unable to react. With a strong spike that bounces off the libero's arm and goes out of bounds. Fraser to serve once again. That's quite a weak serve, and for the first time it's not gone to 72, and he's angry with that and spikes one right to the back. As an attempted tip from the outside of Coventry is blocked. That's a free ball to Warwick, whose middle hits it back over, and a slightly tentative ref gives the point to Warwick. Was that a feared net touch?
I think he was trying to look for who made the net touch. He wasn't quite sure.
And we've had a swap of libero here. We've got number 2, Scholes, has come on, having a chat with the main man of car, number 72. As the serve goes straight into the net and almost decapitates the number 6, the middle. That was a really powerful set. And Coventry's number 6 is up to serve, and it's 6-5 to Coventry. Again to Akar, who receives it well. Fred tries to tip it over from a relatively poor receive, but that receive's blocked. A lovely diving stop received by the libero. Fred pings it across to the outside of Warwick. Archibald.
It's very, very nice line from that position. Just rolls over the blockers.
Yeah, I mean Archibald seems to be getting some really accurate spikes so far. We've had 2 now around the outside of the arms of defenders, and he's been the server thus far. Can he continue his run with a really, really hard to read serve into a tough quick by Coventry, which sends all of the Warwick team onto the floor, and we have our libero swap again. Serve for number 5 for Coventry, as it's tipped a low set, way too low, and the middle's unable to get a good solid spike on that, and the ball goes unhit, point to Coventry, and that's 8-6. Number 5 serving once again, straight to number 72, as the tip from the middle is blocked. And once again, a relatively poor set, so Warwick are unable to capitalise, and it goes to a free for Coventry. A lot of play around the net, and a one-handed diving receive from Archibald. It's very close, almost kisses the ceiling. As the pancake receive from the libero, really well kept up. It's an intense point. The ball's flying everywhere. A spike received by Archibald at the back of the court goes into a free for Coventry, who go for once again a tip spike. Fred going for a tip, which number 72 is able to hit it up. 72 goes for an unexpected spike, and a quick by Coventry ends an entirely hectic point as Warwick go for the block, but that block goes into the net, and that is a point for Coventry. It was a really, really intense and fun to watch point. Number 5 to serve once again, and this time it goes to the libero. A much better set from number 14 goes to the 72, but it's not capitalized on. And Fred and his middle going for a middle left wide open, had the whole court to himself, tried to aim it into the right hand side of the court, or his left, and it's unable to capitalize. He goes just wide of the line. That's a point that should be going to Coventry.
Oh, absolutely.
9-7, and Adams to serve for Warwick. A short serve to the followed by a really, really powerful diagonal spike from the Coventry number 3. And we see a pinch server coming in once again for Coventry, which is Georgios. As their thus far effective libero is taking a swig. A serve from the pinch setter once again. And that's a back set from a spike from the backcourt from Warwick, and it sadly goes just long. An interesting play. I mean, all of the Warwick players seem to migrate to the left side of the court on that play, leaving him sort of the only player left to spike. And the pinch server goes again, 11-7 to Coventry. decent receive, but Warwick once again struggling with communication means they're not able to get a good play, and it's a free for Coventry, which they capitalise on. A beautiful combination once again between their number 7, the setter Fred, and the number 3, who spikes it straight down the line. Nothing they can really do about that, Warwick.
Such a perfect set back to back. I mean, he just has every option on the court.
Yeah, I mean, Fred seems to have the ball on strings. Pinch server going for serve number 3. Again, well received by 72, who is received almost every ball. His spike is blocked, but is really, really well received by the Warwick number 1. Has a set to the middle from Fred. It's followed by a set to the middle from our number 14. And that is not a very powerful spike, but an accurate one that goes right in the hole between Coventry's defence. And once again, we have a swap of our liberos. Cortis, who we've seen has a really accurate serve, is up again. So straight down the middle to number 5. Fred with a jumping set, 2-3. Received by Archibald. The ball seems to be going out, but the libero keeps it in. Number 72 is able to keep the spike in play. Now Coventry have, once again, their favourite formula of that ball going to number 3. And it doesn't work this time. After some scrappy play at the net, he hits it diagonally across and it falls out of bounds. Point to Warwick. And that's their 9th of this set, making it 9-12.
Why?
Fred with a back set to the outside. Well received after it goes off the net. Oh, Warwick with a cheeky tip, which is received by a diving libero, and it's a free ball for Warwick. A relatively poor receive from Archibald, and it goes straight into the net. It's an unfortunate point for Warwick, which they probably could have capitalised upon. And for the first time today, we hear the Coventry fans shouting up over the Warwick fans. Is this a sign as Fred goes in with a jumbo jump? A high receive by the libero of Warwick as the outside goes to hit the ball into play, which is quite easy to deal with. The trusty combo of number 3 with Fred has come back in, and the ball is once again in Coventry's control. A tough hit after a poor back set from Fred leaves the opposite of Coventry struggling, and he's able to hit it just away from the bar and rolls over the net onto the court, and that's 14-9 to Coventry, who come into the timeout again with a 5-point lead. Last time we saw this happen, Warwick ended up winning the set, so you never know. I mean, neither team looked to be tiring that quickly. I feel like we've seen decent stamina from both sides. They all seem ready to jump. Especially the Coventry number 3, who's spiked nearly every single ball this set, and he just keeps jumping.
He keeps getting them, and he keeps jumping, and he keeps hitting them in.
It's been a very effective pairing, him and Fred. And the tambourines of Warwick in full force, trying to scare off Fred. But Fred doesn't look very scared. Fred with quite a low toss. He's able to do a difficult serve, but not difficult enough that 72 can't spike it. As number 3 hits a spike that reflects off the arm of number 16 for Warwick on middle, and that spins off to go off the court, and that's a point to Coventry. 15-9, which is the biggest lead we've had so far in any of the sets. Fred to serve again. So well received by Archibald as the ball goes to the Warwick outside, and it is just long. He seemed to miss hit that one as well. It came just off the side of his hand and pinged it long.
I mean, it was a very fast set. It's tough to hit a line on that, especially when you're a right-hander.
And here we see Fred once more. It is 16-9 to Coventry. He's bouncing the ball, getting ready to pick his target. As number 72, Akar, comes off and is replaced by Ghazi, number 7. Fred's serve goes to Archibald, who receives it well, but it's a poor set from number 14, and Ghazi's only able to tip it over the net. Back set from Fred is too close to the net, and it's too low for number 6 to be able to work any more magic than he did last time that happened. And he's unable to spike it, and that's a point back for Warwick. That's a crucial point. If Warwick can get on a consistent serving streak here, then the game's not out of sight. Really, really lot of difficult to receive serve, but Coventry deal with it well. And it's a tip again. These tips are proving really, really tough for Warwick to handle with. Number 3, who's been the main spiking man for Coventry, comes in to serve. It's well received, and the set from number 14 to the middle, which just seemed a bit too low, and he wellies it into the net.
I think it's set a bit low, but you also have to have that kind of initiative to take, maybe just tip it over if you're not going to be able to get a hard hit.
With a set that is fake to the middle, and it leaves the Warwick opposite able to jump up, and Coventry just aren't ready. 11-18, but that point differential isn't closing. The 16 for Warwick, trying to recoup the point he just lost with a serve. Serve that goes straight to the libero, who deals well. Fred with a tricky back set that the really, really tight angle. They seem to be great at diagonals, this, if that's what they're called, this Coventry team. And it's not dealt with well by the opposite of Coventry, Warwick. And Fraser for Coventry up to serve. A serve that goes long. Warwick once again trying to recoup their points, as we have a libero swap. Skulls is coming on. Serve well received by the libero, and he goes into the number 5, who looks like he's going to absolutely welly it diagonally across the court, but it's a tip that once again is proving the most difficult thing for Warwick to handle. Archibald back again with the serve, and he's been dangerous. He's a dangerous server. Comes in with a high spinning toss straight to the number 5, who struggles to receive it well. They tried to go for a very quick play, but it doesn't quite work, and so they give a free ball to Warwick. A tip from Fred. Fred is he's a force to be reckoned with. And once again, he seems to be catching Warwick off guard. I mean, he set the tone for these very early on in the set, starting off the first point with a tip, and getting a lot of points since with one. But Warwick come back with a lot of force. A very nice receive from the libero goes into a set from number 14. And the spike from 7, who was at the outside position, is blocked by Coventry, but it goes out of bounds. Adams with a very, very short serve, but Fred's able to ping it high to number 3. I mean, Fred's a tricky player. Oh, but number 7, what a powerful sub coming in. That's 2 in a row, 14-21. I mean, 7 points. Is it too big a mountain? 6 points, sorry, 15-21. Is it too big a mountain to climb?
I mean, it's been done before.
That's true. Will they do it again? Adams' serve is slightly poor toss. It seemed to go just to the left the way he wanted it to, and he leant over and he hits that ball straight into the net. And the pin server, Georgios, is back in for Coventry, 22-15. A tough serve goes to number 7, followed by a back set, which goes into the net, and Fred calmly receives it, and it's a free ball for Warwick. A very, very nice set is absolutely capitalised on by the outside of Warwick as he spikes that diagonally across, and Coventry have nothing to answer for it. 16-22. And Cortis is back on the serve. As we've commented before, he's got a very, very accurate serve, and he likes to spin the ball well. Nice serve from Cortis into the libero, who tips it very close to the net. Fred goes for one of his signature tips, but this time it's not in the court. And that goes just wide of the line, and point to Warwick. 17-22, and the comeback's on. Cortis to serve once again to their libero, who received decently poorly. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Fred is able to set from an uncomfortable position. It seemed like it was a dig. And number 3, once again, spiking that diagonally across, and Warwick cannot answer. 23-17 to Coventry, who seem as though they might have this set in hand.
You can't leave the block open like that with a hitter that is consistently getting these balls, because he's just going to hit right through it.
We're being greeted by a new player for Coventry, number 4, who is occupying the opposite position. Fred with a nice receive, and the libero sets to 3, who has been the absolute centre point of this set, as it bounces off the middle of number 16 for Warwick, who's had a slow start to this set and a slow end to this set as well. It's been a tough set for him so far, and Warwick aren't going to be looking forward to Coventry starting with Fred for the serve. As Archibald receives really softly, it's a lovely receive, and the tip by Warwick hits the net, and it hits the bar on the side of the net, meaning that is 25-17 to Coventry, and they get a set back. It's 2-1. Where should we move to?
Well, Coventry have picked up that third set. Will, thoughts?
It's not ideal. No, the third set definitely one that went very much in Coventry's favour. Obviously, 8-point margin between the two teams, and it will be interesting to see now how they come out. Will Coventry come out with that spring in their step, or will Warwick, after maybe sitting back? Sometimes you see it in tennis, obviously win the first 2 sets, lose the third one, but then come out roaring in the fourth and take the game.
They're going to have to make sure heads don't drop. Well, what do you think is going to be being said in that huddle on courtside now?
I think just probably a reminder that they're still ahead. They are still 2-1 sets up. Regardless of what happened in that last set, it's all water under the bridge now. It's all gone, and now focus on this set and focus on winning the game.
And we've also had our first result today, and Warwick are the first team to put points on the board. In the men's dodgeball, it was a win for Warwick. So that is 2 points on the board for the hosts here at Varsity 2023. We have the women's game coming up soon on the other stream, so do check out the other stream here on the Raw Visual YouTube channel. Will, you went and had a look at a little bit of the dodgeball. What have you made of it down there?
I don't know how they score, but it was quite interesting. Obviously, it's quite a unique sport, specifically designed for throwing balls at one another, but I think it's obviously one that's very entertaining. I think once you do figure out the scoring, then there are those nuances, and you do see those nuances. The team going up as one to attack the other team, to try and get those players out, and I think it's a lot more strategic than probably many people think.
Exactly, and I suppose people here I know have been learning about volleyball through the game, and as we can hear, some of the crowd starting to welcome the teams back onto courtside, as you can possibly hear behind me right now. So I think it's probably time to hand back to Ollie and Tom for this set. Can Warwick win it, and Warwick win the game?
Thank you, and we're back. Your favourite 2 commentators thus far, and your only 2 commentators thus far. But that makes us the best. And Fred trying to start off with the same momentum that he had last set with the serve. 2-1 to Warwick.
Warwick going back to the same squad they had in the first 2 sets. Hopefully this can ride the rhythm they lost in the third.
There's still some players yet to feature for Warwick as well. Notably the number 14, Wong. A high set, finished by number 72. Who better to start off the set for Warwick, as he comes in with a spike that comes off the hand of the opposite for Coventry. And that's a strong, strong spike. I'm not sure they would have been able to control that back into the Warwick half, even if they tried. Quarters with a set that's between number 5 and the libero. And the diagonal spike from Coventry in contention seems to go wide.
I mean, standing from here, you can see it was out.
It looked out, and that seems to be a good call from the line judge of Warwick. As Quarters is up to serve again. Received well by the libero. Fred with a high set to the outside, which comes off the net, rolls along, and goes out. That's really, really unfortunate for Coventry. But Warwick say they have fingers to it. This is great sportsmanship, and Coventry showing appreciation for that. It's actually 2-1 as Warwick were the people who made it roll across the net and come out. Even in Varsity, in the heat of competition, we love a bit of sportsmanship. As number 3, Elksnis, goes for the set. A beautiful high set from Warwick. Goes into a spike, which ricochets off the hand of the opposite for Coventry. And that's a good point. That's bread and butter volleyball. Another man with a high toss and a really strong serve. Akar is back, showing us what he can do. And his signature shout comes off the top of the net. And Coventry just don't have enough time to react. That's 4-1 to Warwick.
A lot of luck coming Warwick's way this set already.
Yeah, a lot of it. But fortune favours the brave. And that time, it did not. That serve goes very, very long from Akar, who's trying to spike that strong and down. And that makes it 4-2 to Warwick. And Coventry are now serving with number 8, Fraser. It was a low toss and an even lower serve, which is well received by the libero. Going into a back set from Warwick, which appeared to go just long over the baseline. A really, really close call. That point goes to Coventry. Otherwise, it was a seemingly nice play by Warwick.
It looked into me.
It's hard to tell from up here. Oh, and it's a skewed set by a frustrated Warwick number 7, who's had some really, really good spikes thus far. But it goes just long, and that means it's Coventry serve once more with Fraser, the number 8, sporting a bandana. And once more, they aim for a car, and he doesn't like that, and spikes it with emphasis. Puts it away into the corner of the court, and Warwick 5-4. I mean, that's a really, really nice spike. You could argue they missed him a bit last set. Manda with the serve, which goes to number 3. Well received. Fred with a high spike into what looked like a tip mixed with a spike. It's just sort of patted down by number 5. It's been really, really good. I mean, number 5 and number 3 for Coventry have been their main point scorers.
That was a very fast approach. Difficult to react to that.
And a new server enters the fray as number 4, Keitsel, is unable to control it, and he goes just out past the hands of number 72. Oh, really difficult floater. Well read by Warwick, but they're unable to return it properly. It's a free ball to Coventry, who capitalise on that run of play with a spike that is touched by the middle, but his hands aren't far enough over the net, and it falls down. Number 5 to serve, hits the top of the net, and that's happening a lot.
It's happened a couple of times, yeah.
Number 14, Cortis, Warwick setter, tried to react, but just wasn't quick enough. And he hits the ball off to the side. That's 7-6 to Coventry, number 5 to serve once more. Well received by a car, and a really, really quick play by Warwick. Nice link up between number 14 and number 6 in the middle. And that bounces off the hands of a weak block from Coventry. That's a point to Warwick. It's all tied up again at 7-7 in this third set. As number 7, Ghazi's up to serve. A high toss and a powerful serve that once again off the net. And number 3, Oceanis for Coventry, ends up taking the spike, which is blocked by Warwick, but it comes just off to the side of the court. And so that point goes to Coventry, making it 8-7. And Georgios, the pinch server, is now in. And his serve is not. He will exit the court just as quickly as he came on. And so we see spunky libero return to the court, and a disappointed Georgios is back on the bench. The lengthy number 6 up for a serve, which seemed quite easy to deal with for Coventry. A cheeky tip by Fred is well dealt with, and another cheeky tip again well dealt with by the diving number 1. I mean, Fred is seemingly indomitable if he can follow the rules, which he cannot this time, and that point goes to Warwick. 9-8. I mean, Fred, he's a cheeky fella.
Great cover though, great dive from number 1.
Twice, yeah, really, really good. The serves from number 6 aren't proving too difficult to deal with thus far for Coventry, but Warwick are controlling the game quite well. They seem to be playing at their pace. The one-handed receive from Ghazi goes off the ceiling, and therefore that point goes to Coventry. Unfortunate that. We need 30-foot ceilings, a meter even. And Fred, the tricky man himself, is up to serve. In the spirit of high-performing Freds after Manchester United's man performed well in the FA Cup thus far, Fred here in Coventry seems to be doing the very same, and he's scoring points just as the Man U man did himself. So that's 10-9 to Coventry. Fred to serve once more. Serve goes to Ghazi, number 7, who receives it well. A back set from the Warwick setter, which is received which is spiked with a lot of forward momentum. He jumped early, really early, due to being from the back of the court, so he cannot cross that green line at the front, or at least he can't attack from that green line at the front. It's a lovely spike from the Warwick number 1, and Cortis is back on the serve with his signature finger spin. Oh, the ball seemed to just sort of stop in the middle of the air, but Coventry deal with it well. Spike is blocked and rolls across the net. And this time Coventry go for a spike that looks to be heading out, but it's saved by Ghazi for Coventry. Well, that doesn't matter because Warwick have number 72, Mr. Akar, who is able to respond to a nice set from the middle of the court and just spike it diagonally once again. And he's just too powerful for this Coventry team. They don't seem to be able to stop him. And Cortis, number 14, back to serve again. A ball with a lot of movement in the air as Fred goes for a back set, which is tipped over by Elsenius, unable to spike it. And Warwick return by giving the ball to number 17, whose spike is blocked. It rolls across the net and is able to just drop straight onto their end of the court, meaning the block from Coventry went in. And that point goes to them, as we're now on 11-11, and Elkson to serve, number 3. Well received by the Warwick libero, and a back set is emphatically smashed down by number 72, but dealt with really, really well by the Warwick team. As a set to the outside, goes just long, according to the linesman. A disappointed, it's a contentious call.
But the Coventry team aren't admitting anything.
No. Well, Warwick are always good for their sportsmanship, I guess. And Elksnip with a serve to the libero. They're targeting number 72 less. And this time he finishes it with proper finishing coming from number 1 there, making sure that there's no contention with whether that one's in or not. That's a well-finished point. 72 up for the serve, and we've seen his serves, and we've seen how powerful they can be. A really high toss, really hard to receive for Coventry. Libero has to run way out of bounds, and it's a free for Warwick. A relatively poor receive from number 72 meant that the Warwick set out to tip it. That's called as a net touch, I think.
That was a invasion of the court.
It was an invasion of the court, and that point goes to Coventry, making it 13-12. And Fraser's up to serve, number 8. Who doesn't get much jump on his serve, but Warwick again with the tried and tested combo. And this is Ghazi again, who's been a really, really effective player on the spikes. And that again, he goes for a diagonal, comes off the hands of the blockers for Coventry and spills out of play, making it 13-all. It's a tight set. And Magic's serve goes a couple miles long. And that means the pinch setter's gone. And we see the return of our libero as Keith still comes to serve. He misses his first serve, so let's see how his second attempt goes. Much better. As, a brilliant set of receives as number 72 gets a poor receive, but the Warwick team are able to respond with dives all around. A chaotic point, a brilliant receive from the libero after a powerful spike in the middle. The Coventry libero sets it, and it goes across to number 5, whose diagonal is blocked out of bounds, and that point goes to Coventry. And that was a statement point. Dives all round from Warwick, who seem to be much better this game in dealing with the floor than they were in previous sets. And Kiesel's up to serve again. And that serve goes to number 72. And the spike from Ghazi turned into a tip, which the Coventry previous pinch setter Georgios is able to touch, but ineffectively as that spills out of bound and spills onto the floor, and none of the Coventry team are able to stop it. Our number 1 serve once again. He's got a difficult floater, which didn't prove difficult that time as the libero deals with it with ease. And the Coventry player, with a beautiful tennis-style serve, sends it back to Coventry. 15 all. To take the lead in the set, we have number 1 serving with a difficult floater, well dealt with by the libero, into a set to the middle from the man himself, Fred. Dealt with well by Coventry, and a nice spike, which Warwick just aren't covered for. And number 5 for Coventry, back on the serve, who's been relatively consistent thus far. So for number 5, 272, received well, and a quick to the middle. Really powerful, but well received by Coventry. Fred pops it up to Ghazi on the outside, who, with a roar, really emphatic finish, bounces off many Coventry hands, is unable to be stopped. That's a really impressive run of play for Warwick, making it 16 all. He's been really effective this time, 7 Ghazi. And he's now coming up to serve. Serve goes low. Number 3 Elkson isn't able to deal with it properly, and that's 3 touches, 2 of them into the net. And that point goes to Coventry as Warwick as Coventry are unable to recover that ball over the net after a really nice serve. Serve once again, and it's a really close to the net, but Fred is able to deal with that, do a nice set to the middle, then tips it over, and now Coventry in control. Libero hits it to Fred, who pops it off to the opposite, who for the first time this game messes up a spike after a very low set from Fred, and hits it straight into the net, and that's a point for Warwick, who seem to be picking up momentum a bit in this set now, as a timeout is called. 18-16 to Warwick.
The Coventry number 3 maybe just starting to crack a little bit under the pressure, making a few mistakes in a row. It's just giving Warwick the lead that they need.
Could it be a sign of tiredness? I mean, he's been the man who's been carrying Warwick Coventry through on the offensive end, spiking pretty much most of their points. I mean, him and 3 and 5 have been the main sort of offensive forces for Coventry. It'll be interesting to see how he comes into this new set, because he hasn't had a rest just yet. Ghazi with a serve once again on number 7. Can he make it difficult? I mean, his serves have been tough to deal with, where even if Coventry have got it over, it's been a free. So, a powerful serve, and it goes just long. And that point goes to Coventry, making it 17-18. As Coventry's pinch server takes the court, Georgios. And Fraser comes off as well, and is replaced by Kara, their number 10. So Georgios, the pinch server, to serve now. The serve goes straight to the libero, who deals with it well. Fred is nowhere in sight. Our number 14-72. Spike is well received by the pinch server, Georgios. And it's a miss-hit spike, as it was set to the back of the court as no one at the front was available. and he's unable to get enough power. It seemed like he jumped too early for that.
Yeah, just went a little bit too early and he can't get the right contact on it.
As a result, Coventry's pinch server is back on it again, Georgios. Straight to number 72, who receives well. 14 goes for a quick with the middle, and there's been a bit of a fallover going on, but 72 doesn't care. A really, really cheeky tip over the outside arm to Coventry, and he's back. He's an offensive force. He's a man of action. I'm hoping the Warwick players are all right after they fell over each other, but that might be that communication coming into play.
It's a bonding moment.
Yeah, exactly. Team strengthening. And the pinch server for Warwick has now come on, as we can see that the libero has left the court. As Fred goes to have a chat with one of the referees and seems upset with his actions. Here comes a pinch server for Warwick, number 6. Well received by number 6, Exnis, who spike is blocked well by Warwick, who are able to get control of the ball. And the set to the back of the court by number 1 is dealt with Coventry. Fred hits it up to the middle, really, really well received, one-handed. And Coventry are unable to keep that ball in play, as the one-handed sort of falling backwards receive from Warwick. That's really, really impressive, and you can see by the reactions of his team, that was tough. That was really well done. And it's finished off well by Warwick after the ball spirals out of bounds, and they're Coventry are unable to keep it in play. And so the pinch server goes once again, 20-18 to Warwick. And a serve that goes just long, really, really difficult to read, but that makes it 20-19 to Warwick. And it's Fred to serve, who looks empowered. He looks angry and he looks ready to strike. Fred hits the ball to number 7, Ghazi, who deals with it well, as the tip from Warwick confuses the libero, who decides not to hit it, but instead to chest bump it. And that's a point to Warwick. I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
Completely fumbles it. I don't know what happened.
He was mesmerised by the tricky play of the Warwick setter, who is now setting. I've got to say, the chant game from Warwick has been loud, but the chants themselves have been questionable. I feel like we need to update some of these Warwick volleyball team supportive chants. And that's 21-20 to Coventry as they win that point. And number 4, Keith Silk, seems to be coming off, and is replaced by 11. An interesting choice given the ineffectiveness of his first set, but it's Elksness, number 3, to serve, who serves it to Ghazi, number 7, followed by a set the opposite by number 14, the setter. And number 1, he's been finishing very, very strongly. We've seen him spiking a lot, whether that be from the back of the court or from the front. He's been an effective finisher and a thorn in the side of Coventry. But here's the man who's not a thorn, he's a knife. And he's ready to wreak some havoc. Number 72, Akar, with a booming serve, well received by the number 5 of Coventry, which is then followed up by number 10, who's recently subbed off the middle, who is trying to hit it into the block, but it avoids the block and goes just wide. And that point goes to Warwick, 23-20. 2 points until game, set, and match. Akar with the serve, a really high toss, and a really good receive by the libero of Coventry, leading into a beautiful spike by Fred, and the diagonal from number 5, who's been doing that all game, goes straight in. A beautiful play, and Akar, just to show that he's unfazed, does a handspring to get up. And Warwick called the timeout. 23-21.
That last attack was as close to 1-2-3 volleyball as you can get. Perfect pass, perfect set, perfect spike. Beautiful.
I've never seen a volleyball textbook, but if I had, and if I decided to create one day, I felt like there'd be pictures of that play in there, especially of Fred, who's becoming a bit of an idol to me this game. I mean, passionate, skillful, tricky. He seems to be the talisman of this Coventry team. And the Warwick tambourines are out once more as Foot Fault Man is back. Number 10, Krupa. He's standing well back from the line so as not to make the same mistake. And the serve goes to number 72, Akar, followed by a set all the way across, which is tipped over by Ghazi. The Coventry man who's trying to block it, his team shouts no, but he's jumped up too early, and he does block that ball, but not well enough. It leaves the team sprawling on the floor. 24-21 to Warwick, and it is game point, set point, and the pinch server is in, number 5. Well received by Olsen. Fred pops it up to the middle, and that is blocked but goes down. They don't win it this time, but they have another chance. 22-24. It's now Coventry on the serve. And who's going to be serving? Confusion over the substitutions as the ref looks at the table looks at the ref, and they all run away. And Keith Still is up to serve. No, he's not. He's up to sit down on the bench for a timeout.
I mean, it's a very smart use of the timeout. Getting the server's head, just make them wait, make them stew. See if they come back and they just hit straight into the net or out.
See, part of me is hoping that this serve goes straight into the net. The other part is hoping that we get to finish it as it started with a powerful spike from number 72.
It'd be very poetic.
It would be poetic. I'm ready for it. I mean, both teams will be tired and waning at this point. I'm sure Coventry wanted to go on for another set, but Warwick don't. And Warwick are in the position of power here, as Keysill looks to be praying to the ball. Headbutts it, gives it a kiss. And the crowd distracted, but it's a nice serve, just making sure it goes in. As the back set goes into a tip from Coventry. Really nice diving receive from Warwick as it goes into a diagonal from Coventry, which goes just wide and right. And here we have it. That is the first win for Warwick Volleyball. The men's team have won, and I believe that's the second win of the day. So we have a really, really nice win as we see Warwick jumping, circling around. They seem to be having a bit of a dance. Coventry look rather less animated, and yeah, as a member of the team, how are you feeling?
I mean, it's a great win, overpowering win against such a usually good opponent. It's really great that it's really domination, I would think.
I mean, just listen to the crowd; they're very happy. And here we have James.
All right, well, thank you very much to Ollie Watson and Tom Oakland for bringing us commentary of that men's volleyball game. I mean, that was a cracker, wasn't it, Will? A win for Warwick. Yeah. What do you make of it?
Yeah, no, a very good win. Obviously, we did see that third set go Coventry's way, but Warwick coming back. And while it was close, you never really felt like there was any issue, and they always looked like they were going to go on and take the win.
And as we can see, the crowd are clapping and cheering the players on pitch side as well. Thank them for the support as well, because that's something that really makes Varsity. If you're able to hear over the noise of the supporters.
Yeah, no, the support definitely played a role. You obviously heard all the supporters as they are now, being loud as ever. Also, just drowning out the Coventry fans. We only sort of heard them once or twice, and I think that definitely did have a massive effect on probably the confidence of the team.
Because it's something that you must really realise when you're on the pitch, the support that you have from the crowd. I mean, you've probably been able to hear all the various different musical instruments, tambourines, drums, the lot really well.
Yeah, no, and when you are focused on that game, just coming out of it maybe during points and hearing that support keeps you focused, keeps you aiming for that victory, as well as obviously just playing the game. You've got support behind you, and you've got that drive to win, not just from yourself but from your fans as well.
Exactly. Well, what did you make of that final set as well, to wrap it up for Warwick?
Yeah, no, it seemed like obviously they did have the team talk. They had lost the third set, so obviously wanting to come out here, wanting to close out the game. And while, as I was saying, while it was close halfway through the set, they did sort of drive out to that lead right at the end, and then the pressure was all on Coventry, especially when Warwick had 3 match points to obviously win it. They have to perform at each and every opportunity, whereas Warwick, while they obviously do want to get that result in, they do have that time. They can be patient. They don't have to panic. And we did see there, the final point was a Coventry mistake, and that was the pressure maybe getting to them and then allowing Warwick to take the win.
I mean, just on the pressure, we had several timeouts there towards the end, as we're getting towards that match point. What do you make of those? I suppose just trying to relax the players, making sure that they were kind of ready, composed to go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is high stakes. You see timeouts where they're used in American sports. You see tend to be used more at the end of the game as well. When you are allowed to have that discussion, you can have that discussion. You can allow for people to know what they're doing, maybe rather than just over a set, but over those crucial periods right at the end of a game, where obviously the big points do matter, and the big points can go either way, and if they go one way, then potentially one team wins.
And talking about big points, we've got an update from the Westwood Heath football pitches where Warwick women's football team, they're currently 4-0 up against Coventry over there. So, I mean, it sounds like it's been pretty much all Warwick, according to Elijah. And you can follow what he's getting up to on social media at Raw1251Sport on Instagram. That's where you can find what he's been getting up to over at the Coventry pitches. And I suppose another possible win for Warwick. I mean, I say another possible win. A win pretty much on the cards there for Warwick.
Yeah, obviously 4-0, quite a dominant score. We've seen games in the past, obviously in the Premier League and other fixtures, where 4-0 has been brought back from. Obviously the famous Arsenal-Newcastle, Arsenal going 4-0 up at St James's Park before Newcastle bringing it back. But no, you'd imagine that Warwick might have that one secured, and especially if they can get one or two more goals, then definitely that one will be wrapped up.
I'm sure there will be, and we'll keep you updated of the score on that one there. So as Will, as I've got you on the stream, we might as well have a little bit of a chat about what is coming up here on Raw 12:51 AM next week, because this isn't the only big event that we have coming up, is it?
No, it's not. Obviously, while we do have the sport here, as well as that on the student union side, we do have the spring elections coming up, and Raw 12:51 AM will be doing coverage throughout the next week. Obviously, the results on Friday, we'll be bringing them to you live, bringing you who is obviously going to be representing all your positions in the next student union. As well as that, we've got interviews with a number of the candidates, asking them the same questions and all the big issues. We'll be putting them out early on next week on the Raw News YouTube channel. So if you do want to learn about learn more about a candidate, if you do want to learn more about them outside of their manifesto, maybe see how they answer questions, then make sure to check those out. Obviously, I'd encourage you to check all of them out, or maybe some of the races that are looking competitive, are looking close. Especially, I think when we were at the discussions, the question time yesterday, sport potentially being the one that is looking very interesting. So definitely check out all of the interviews that you want to, and then make sure to follow our coverage on Friday as well, as we reveal who will be part of your SU next year.
Well, that will be the big decision here on Raw 12:51 AM and on Raw Visual this week, or next week. Next week on Friday.
We'd be busy this week.
It's been a busy week. It's been a busy week for us here, and while the sport here doesn't stop, we had the men's dodgeball earlier, a win for Warwick, but the women's game is underway. So let's pass over to our commentary team of Naomi Richardson. Well, we'll be crossing over to the women's dodgeball very shortly here on Raw 12:51 AM and on Raw Visual. But we've had some great games so far today, and we might as well tell you some of the other things that we've got coming up here on the stream for you today. So we have got the women's volleyball game. That will be our stream will be starting here at 12:45. So I mean, don't go anywhere. We'll have the women's volleyball for you, and we'll be bringing you that game a little bit later. I mean, one that could be quite an interesting game, and maybe a little bit like the game that we've seen this morning. Coventry haven't been able to win some of the games that they've played against Warwick in their games in the league, so we'll have to see if it goes in a similar vein. But that time we'll also have the football result for you. We'll also be able to bring you some updates from the Women's Rugby Union, and then we'll also have we'll have the dodgeball finish, as you'll be able to hear, and then we've got Sam Carlier, who is at esports this afternoon and into the evening. They're finishing at 10 p.m. Say 10 p.m. I mean, it's pretty late. 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Quite a lot of esports going on there. But I'm sure lots of different games that he'll be able to tell you about, and lots of different opportunities for people to get involved with esports at Warwick. With Warwick being one of the key, one of the main esports universities in the country. I mean, it's pretty cool. So we'll have to see what results we have there. We'll also have cricket going on here in the Sports and Wellness Hub, as well as squash. That is in one of the other games that we have coming on today, and we'll be bringing you updates throughout the day on those games. As always, you can follow us on social media. On Twitter, we're using the hashtag Team Warwick. We are at Raw1251_sport and at Raw1251sport on Instagram. So, I mean, do get involved. Do send us a message and tell us where you're watching from today. Tell us what sports you're watching as well. Maybe you're here in the Sports and Wellness Hub, able to watch some of the games today that we've got going on. Various different competitive fixes and some friendly fixes going on. In the room opposite, we've got the women's cricket. They are playing against Birmingham in a friendly varsity game. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well to see what progresses. And one of our kind of final game, maybe the one to watch, you could call it. We have got the women's netball, which we're going to be going live from 2:15 to bring you all of the introduction, all of the build-up, and then we'll be crossing to our commentary team for that game. I mean, netball really seen as one of the big games here at Varsity. Obviously, it's a slightly reduced schedule this year we have, but still plenty of different sports to be able to bring you. I'm going to see if I can bring in Will Kingswood again. If we'll bring in Will Kingswood just to have a little bit of a chat about Varsity and some of the other sports that we've got coming up today, because we've got quite a few. I mean, we've already mentioned some already. Should we have another mention of the netball? Yeah. There was a game that you covered last year. What did you make of it?
No, netball last year, obviously very interesting. We had some of the netball players and netball team members on comms, and it was interesting to learn more about netball. Very fast-paced sport. Obviously, despite the fact you can't move with the ball, the passing, the interplay between the players, obviously a very important aspect, and quite a unique aspect in that the players are only allowed in specific zones. So definitely one that I'd recommend people tuning into, people watching, people maybe even showing up, because I think it'll be a very good contest.
Exactly. And now, should we have a little bit of a talk about the women's volleyball game that we've got coming up a little bit later? We obviously seen the men's. How do you think that women's volleyball game may shape up? Because Warwick, you could say the form team coming into it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Warwick, you'd hope that for their sake that they would do well. I think they'll look to the men's performance, look how good that was, and draw some inspiration from that. They don't want to be the ones to obviously take the loss when the men's have won. They'll want to show they can do just as well, and if not better. Obviously the men's did lose a set, so maybe they can go 3-0 to take that victory.
Well, I mean, talking about 3-0 victories, Warwick have had 2 of those over Coventry this season, back in October, and then this Wednesday, actually, in the Midlands Cup semi-final. So quite a high-stakes game for Warwick and Coventry there. Warwick being able to take that win 3-0 away. Do you think that will kind of possibly shape how both sides come into the game?
Obviously, I mean, when you do play a team just a few days before, you know how they play, you know the star players, you know who to watch out for, you know potentially even who to target, maybe the weaker players on both sides. And I think it will be interesting, but Warwick will come in with that confidence. They'll come in knowing that a few days ago they did win 3-0. They won 3 sets without reply. Coventry, we'll be wanting to do better than that. They'll want to get that set, and maybe if they get that set, who knows? They'll maybe draw that confidence and potentially be able to win the game as well. But obviously, from a Warwick side, we don't want that to happen. We want a 3-0 victory. But no, I think it will be a very good game, and it will have that added element. They have played each other a few days before, so it will be very interesting to watch.
Exactly, and I mean, talking about kind of 3-1, 3-2 games, that was the score last year, 3-2 in favour of Warwick. Do you think some of the players that may be on the team from last year will be able to bring that experience into this year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Varsity, a bit of a different sort of ball game to a normal semi-final. It is a big event. You're likely to have a lot more fans here than you would have at that semi-final during the week. But no, I think they'll be able to use that experience. They'll be able to drive on towards that success, and obviously having those players last year, those mentality players they did win 3-2. It was a bit closer, but no, I think they'll use that combination of experience, and they'll use that combination of they have played them a few days ago to hopefully drive towards that victory.
And I suppose they're players that know each other quite well. On the Warwick Sports Show a few weeks ago, talking to men's captain Panos Cortis, who told us that lots of these players kind of know each other, are good friends, and will be able to kind of enjoy kind of the win or defeat with each other after the game. I suppose that's kind of one of the nice aspects of this battle between Warwick and Coventry.
Yeah, obviously the team sport aspect. Very important. You win as a team, you lose as a team. Obviously, the team will be hoping they do win as a team, but no, I think that having that mentality, having the idea that it is a team sport, that no one person brings a team up, no one person lets a team down. You do win, you do lose as a team, and I think that is very important. And just for support for everyone, that takes the pressure off them. They know that if they make a mistake, they're not going to be given a hard time for it, and especially also keeps people on the ground. They know that they can't be the star because the team is the team.
And that was something again that we've seen today, with all of the players coming together after each point. Something that I've really enjoyed watching volleyball games, seeing that team spirit of everyone coming together. And I'm sure that's something that Captain Panos must have been really happy with his team today.
Yeah, no, I think we obviously saw that team spirit after every point, regardless of whether they won the point or whether they lost the point. Obviously, a bit different when they won the point, and were celebrating it when they lost the point. But then when they lost the point, going through it, seeing what they did wrong, everyone apologising. Obviously, you saw at some points when people, like, miscommunication, people leaving the ball to drop. But no one was being blamed. Maybe people a bit frustrated that they'd done that. But no one being blamed, and I think that part of it will be crucial, because it is a team game. You do want to support your teammates, and you don't want to lose that sort of team connectedness.
And, well, can I just get your kind of final summary thoughts on this game? Warwick winning 3-1 here, one of the first games of Varsity 2023.
No, I think it was a very good game. I think we saw Warwick be run close in some of the sets, obviously losing the third set as well, but you never really felt like they were at risk of losing the game, especially after maybe how dominant the first set was. Even when the second and fourth were a bit closer, they did lose the third. It just felt like Warwick were naturally on the path to success, and even try as much as Coventry did, I think the crucial point was when they lost that second set after being ahead for so long. I don't think they could really come back from that, and obviously we saw they didn't.
Well, an absolutely cracking game, I think we can say, between Warwick and Coventry here. One of the first games of Varsity 2023 in the men's volleyball. That 3-1 win for Warwick. And just behind the camera here, I can see we seem to have got some instruments. I don't know, this has been some of the stuff that's been making the noise here on the Sports and Wellness Hub balcony through the game. Go on, Will. I think. Say that. I mean, and Rebecca's got some little symbols as well. There we go. I mean, Will, am I going to have to let you go into the stands for the next game to be providing the atmosphere?
I think I'll leave that to the volleyball players. Obviously, they are the big support, and I think they will provide that support for the ladies team. So I think we'll have to give this back at some point, and I'm sure they can provide just as good an atmosphere as we saw in the first game.
I think, Will, I mean, you've got it there. I think you're going to have to go for it again. I mean, I might have to put my iPad down to play this drum.
What? Why?
Go on. Well, because I want to. If I've been given the instrument, Will, I want to show my support for volleyball.
I was never musically inclined.
I've never played the drums before, but I mean, it seems like a pretty good. There we go. Thank you very much. I mean, and thank you very much to volleyball for giving us these instruments as well. I mean, really, we will give them back. They're going to need them for the women's game when we're going to go live at 12:45. I don't really know what to
What do you want to
do
do
this now. I know it's I feel like I want to start a chant with this because we had some interesting chants, some like really strong chants from the Warwick supporters through the game, didn't we?
Yeah, no, I think the chanting, another aspect. Obviously, you do see that with all team sports, with all support, that the fans can give. Chanting is such a major one, and there were some really good chants. There are a few chants I questioned a bit. Maybe the "I believe that we will win," especially when we mock the Americans for doing that, and then we do it ourselves. Perhaps we don't want to be doing that. But no, the other chants were all really good, and I think the horns and the drums and the tambourine definitely providing that added level of atmosphere.
I mean, and I suppose sometimes we do joke at Americans doing that, but I thought it was quite a good chant today. I'll be honest. What do you think, Will?
I just feel like British chanting is very unique in how creative it is, and then we look. I think that you look over to the States. It's a bit less creative. It's a bit more probably supportive of your own team than maybe in Britain, where you see going at the other team a bit more as well. But no, I think the chants do provide that level of atmosphere. There's a reason you see it in most, if not all, sporting events, even ones where you wouldn't expect it.
And I suppose that's something that's really unique about Varsity, and these Varsity fixtures in particular. It's something that you don't often see on your usual games, maybe on a Saturday or a Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, no, this is probably this offers the opportunity for people to see a university sport. When you go to Bucks, things like that, you might be participating in Bucks, so you don't have time to go and see other sports as well. You might be working on a Wednesday afternoon, so you don't have time to go and see other sports. But no, this offers the opportunity because everything's so close together. We look down, obviously we've got the volleyball just over beside us. We do have the dodgeball. I think cricket are starting to get ready to set up as well. There's so much option here. You have so many options to see sports, especially maybe sports that you haven't tended to see before. Can't say I've ever watched dodgeball before. I haven't watched volleyball that much, but today we've been given a really good performance and we've been showcased what people are doing with sport at Warwick.
So a great performance, a great atmosphere here at the Sports and Wellness Hub as Warwick have won 3-1 in the men's volleyball against Coventry, and we can now cross live to the women's dodgeball where Naomi Richardson is our commentator.
So we just had a good play there from Maria. What did we see?
What you saw there was a lovely little toe shot from Maria on the counter. A really nice way of getting a player out, and they're always the most satisfying as well. Warwick are currently drawing with 2 players on either side of the court because Joyce just got hit there. Hopefully still we can finish this set and win it.
So, Luke, how important would you say that the crowd is when it comes to playing?
So you say the plan?
The crowd.
Oh, the crowd. Yeah, the crowd is definitely a big morale boost for when you're playing on court. It's not something we're really used to be honest. Often you have other teams in the arena, but obviously Varsity, special occasion, big crowd out and about. It'd be good to hear Warwick cheering a little bit more, a bit quiet in the stands compared to Coventry, so fair play to them for that. But it is definitely a big mental boost, gives you that extra bit of energy, makes you throw that 10% faster, run 10% faster, all that jazz.
What I would say as well is it's really nice having people on the outside kind of being able to see what's going on. Sometimes when you're on court, you get a little bit caught up, and that's a really important role of our captains. As you can see, Gareth is on the side, helping them along, telling them kind of when to throw, when not to throw, because he has a kind of a different perspective, and that's a really important part of the game as well, I'd say.
Do you think watching it from the sidelines really helps you improve your game?
I would say so as well, because particularly for someone who's new to the sport, watching people from the side, you can kind of see where people tend to throw and when they don't, and you can implement that into your own game. I think a lot of last year when I was new to the sport, I was watching the older members, and that really helped me improve my own game and kind of see where they were going. You saw Liv there do a really lovely counter across court as well, She's very good at those and is becoming a great part of her game, and she's got that from our previous captains last year and seeing how they played. What you see now is a really difficult situation for the Coventry player. She was 1 versus 6 Warwick players. Unfortunately, she just got dressed out, so now 1 versus 5. But this is a great position for Warwick to be in, and hopefully we'll be able to see out this set just versus the 1 Coventry player. And there we go, that finishes the set for Warwick, bringing the game to 14-4. We're really taking the lead now.
So, quick question. Obviously, I wear glasses. How long of constant play do you think it would take for my glasses to get broken?
That's a good question. I don't wear glasses. I think throughout my 2 years of playing dodgeball, I've only seen 1 pair of glasses be broken. So I think you stand a pretty good chance of lasting a while. It depends how aggressive you are and also how good you are at dodging. So a lot of the times, if someone's glasses breaks, you don't really know who to blame because it is dodgeball after all. They should have been getting out of the way. But no, it's not a barrier or anything like that. Some people wear contacts, some people wear glasses. Whatever you need to see the ball, I guess.
I could get some like ridiculous goggles and wear those.
There is a person who plays for Manchester Bees who wears like some goggle glasses, which are effectively goggles with lenses in, so he's able to see. Kind of funny to look at, but it does the job, and he's known for it now, so yeah.
Did you say they were called the Manchester Bees?
Yeah, so obviously this is like the Warwick Uni team, but outside of university there are a load of dodgeball teams for adults as well. So Manchester Bees is an example of one of those teams. Manchester Uni also does have a dodgeball team. At Warwick nearby we have the Leamington Spartans, and a lot of our players, whilst they're at university, but also when they leave university and want to continue playing dodgeball, will go to a team like that and play in national leagues across the country.
Could you see yourself doing that?
For me, definitely. I'm from a town called Bedford, and that actually has 2 dodgeball teams, funnily enough. So when I'm back at home, I do play for Bedford Rangers, and when I graduate uni, I do hope to be playing with them in the national leagues, yeah.
Could you see yourself playing in the national leagues when you graduate?
Definitely. Currently, I think Warwick dodgeball is enough for me. If you play in national league whilst at university, you're looking at playing dodgeball almost like 6 times a week, including trainings. And I can't keep up with that. Some of our members do. So Gareth, our captain, does that. I don't know how he does it. Fair play to him. But definitely, after I graduate, I'll be getting involved in the national leagues.
Yeah, Luke, you forgot to mention Liv also plays for Spartans at the moment in the women's twos. They've been doing well in the National League so far. They're currently in the Women's League 1. I don't know where they sit, however. I think it's around mid-table, but they've been doing really well. It's the first season for both Liv and Gareth to be playing outside of university, and they've been doing really well, so good on them. That last set there was a draw. That brings, well, was it a draw?
Is it not? Are we missing a set there? It'll be on 15-7 now.
When a set is a draw, though, you get 1 point instead of 2, so that's how the numbers have become odd. We've slightly lost track of the game sitting here commentating, so I'm not sure what's happened. But this is the last set, only 1 minute left of the entire game. So it's looking like a secured win, because if Coventry win, it'll be 13-9. But still be lovely for Warwick to end this game on a win.
I mean, there's no way Coventry can pull this back now, right?
Pretty much impossible, yes. But still, maybe they want to get a set in just to end the game on a high. Maria again with a lovely catch. That's the 4th catch of the game. And it's looking like we will take this 1 minute set with only 1 Coventry player left on court. And there we go. She's been hit out. And that is game for Warwick.
There we go. So final score, 15-7. Well, thank you so much to my lovely commentators for coming on. I'm sorry about the mess I made of the men's stream, but this one has been a lot better thanks to you guys.
No worries. Thank you for having us.
was a 3-1 win to Warwick's men's volleyball team this morning. An amazing match. And we are excited to see if they can do it again. We have the women's volleyball coming up this afternoon, streaming live on air and also on YouTube at Raw 1251. And I'm not here alone. I am joined by James Lewis and Basil Day. How are you guys doing?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm doing great.
Looking forward to what's going to be happening here in a few mementos.
Yeah, I mean, we had an incredible game, the men's game earlier on, that 3-1 win for Warwick, as you said. Hopefully the women's could maybe go one better, 3-0.
Yeah, like you said, they're 3-0. This is another Everest for Coventry. You know, they've got 4 Everests in this game. They've got Warwick and then the 3 sets. So it's a tough game for Coventry.
It is. And some of the updates on where we are today. We have the overall score of the sport so far. With Warwick football, it was 4-0, and with Warwick Rugby Union, we had Warwick win by 4 points. And so we will be going into the volleyball any moment now.
Shall we have a look at the league table from the game so far?
Yeah, let's have a look.
All right. Well, maybe we can have a little discussion of how Warwick have got on so far this season.
Yes.
We've got that. I mean, go on then. We had that kind of Warwick have been quite dominant against Coventry so far this season. If we have a look at the league table, I mean, Warwick, you would have thought doing quite well.
Yeah, and do you have any thoughts on what's been happening as well?
Well, recent history is on Warwick's side. Last year, Warwick won 3-1 in the women's. So, you know, everything is in Warwick's favour here. But you should never underestimate the other team. You always got to respect the other team, even if recent history is on your side. Always respect them.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And with that being said, I feel
it's a great atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very electric. Honestly, we've got the fans all out here cheering on Warwick, cheering on Coventry maybe, and we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Right, should we pass over to the comments?
Yeah, passing over to the commentary. What's happening?
I'm really sorry.
Oh, fine. Yeah. Okay, and we're back for the second volleyball game of the day, and that's the women's volleyball. As you'll see, we're slightly late onto the scene, but it's 4-1 to Warwick over Coventry in this first set. Thus far, we've had number 9, who in the warm-up seems to be the star player, with some pretty powerful serves. I mean, that's another one in a row. It's ace after ace. I mean, this is a very, very strong start. If Coventry can't find an answer to our power quickly, it looks like it's going pretty quick.
I mean, if this serve streak keeps up, there's going to be a big gap.
Yeah. Here we go. A really strong serve by Coventry is tipped at the net. And the opposite for Warwick is able to spike it over, further extending the lead. Coventry just don't seem to be able to get settled early on in this game. It's looking a lot like Warwick having the upper hand. They've got the calm nerves. Coventry are being put under fire. They can't deal with it. Free ball for Coventry, no. So Warwick with an overshot the receive, trying to hit the ball back over the net, and that's gone long. So Coventry with a chance to come back on the serve.
I think slight communication issue there. Just added a little bit of pressure, put a bit too much power on it, and it's just like...
So Coventry's number 3 to serve. It's a powerful serve, well received by number 9, which is Turner. All the way across, a brilliant serve.
Great serve.
Goes to the Coventry opposite, and that goes through the block. It's unfortunate, it goes straight through our hands, block just wasn't strong enough, and Coventry are on the rise. Number 3 set again, that's 6-3 to Warwick. Crowd being just as loud, if not louder, than they were for the men's game. Again, very powerful serve, but it's a comfortable receive for the libero. A dodgy set, but really, really well recovered by the middle, who just gets an arm under it to hike it over there. And Coventry again can't react in time. And a pinch serve is in. Now, contrastingly to the men's game, there's only one libero for the women's team. That's a great serve from the pinch server for Warwick Women's. Again, a little bit of a communication issue, which perhaps squandered what could have been quite a good chance. But the diagonal from Warwick Women's goes out. There's confusion left and right. Ref's lost. Everyone's lost. Who's won? Coventry's won. There we go. It's gone to Coventry.
Yeah, I was caught in, yeah.
Yeah, making it 7-4. Really nice serve from Coventry, but Warwick seems to be very comfortable in receiving. And that's 4 touches for Coventry. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, what do you think? They don't seem quite settled yet.
No, I think just the attacking power of Warwick, coupled with the just incredibly solid defence on top of that, is making it very hard for Coventry to find a way to break through.
Yeah, I mean, as we see, the one-handed receive coming in for the libero, number 10, Masante, leading to yet another point for Warwick. It kind of explains why, I mean, looking at the league tables, both teams are currently in the Midlands Tier 2. Warwick's at the top with a game in hand. I mean, they've won 7, lost 1, which is the same for Coventry, who have a game in hand. And Warwick have a very, very good record against Coventry. I mean, as we see another ace coming in here, making it 10-4. Looking at past matches, we've had 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. I mean, now we're closer, we can get an ear in on the team talks. We've got the setter from the men's game, very calm, collected character, who is of course tall, and he's he's coming in with sort of making them stay calm, making sure that they're aware of what's going on, don't get too excited. They seem to be a very cohesive team, it's very good.
Yes. I mean, if they can keep this energy going into the Conference Cup final, then it's in the bag.
Which is hosted where?
Nottingham Trent, I believe. In
So
about
if any of you
2-3 weeks' time.
If any of you have cars and availability in 2-3 weeks' time, go and support. But if you're supporting right now, you're probably quite happy with the performance of this Warwick women's team. As you can hear in the stands, I mean, they're unstoppable. I mean, it's an unstoppable force meeting a clearly movable object, and, well, they're showing why they're top of the division. A really strong spike coming in from the opposite for Coventry. A lovely spike that the Warwick women's just weren't ready for.
Off for a second ball, nice bit of improvisation. They weren't ready.
Yeah, I mean, it was against the tempo of the play. It was a little bit jarring, a little bit confusing. And we get to see Coventry try and pick up some points back on the serve, which they do not do. I mean, they seem to be scared, shaken.
It's really, you can't make a serve error like that when you're this far behind already.
No, I mean, 8 points, that's a painful one.
Wow.
Again, really solid serves from Warwick.
That is a crazy serve.
I mean, so close to the net. How do you get down in time for that? Well, you don't. That's the answer. We've been given it. You don't. You don't. There's no answer. Can she do it again? Of course she can, but will she? Oh, not quite replicating the last serve, but Coventry look downtrodden.
They have room to make mistakes like that.
They do. Take a little bit of a risk. Yeah. And it looks like it's the pinch server. Yes, the liberos disappeared. Wow, a really powerful serve from the pinch server, but just didn't have a dip on it.
Two serve errors for Coventry in a row now.
Yeah, and they can't afford it given the consistency that Warwick has.
No.
I mean, with the power she's hitting that ball, I'd probably run away from it if I was receiving. A really poor receive from the libero.
Straight over.
Yeah, lovely serve, lots of height, but that's an error. She almost jumped a bit too early.
Yeah. I think the set was maybe a little bit too fast.
Yeah. But it's the stuff we like to see. It's exciting volleyball.
It's ambitious.
It is ambitious. I'm waiting for the 360 windmill, and one day we will get that. They're clapping for Warwick because we know what's coming. A brilliant receive, as per, so clean. Oh, we were talking about textbooks before, but if I had to rewrite that textbook that came during the men's game, I'd probably add the pictures of this as well. That was absolutely great play. And now we have the setter giving us a serve. And seeing her in warm-up, she's got a very solid serve on her. Like, very consistent, very accurate, as we see there as it goes over. The Coventry respond well. I mean, well received.
Net touch from the Warwick side.
Oh.
Rather unforced.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be a theme of this game thus far. A few unforced errors coming in. But an 8-point lead is nothing to complain about. The libero for Team Warwick is just like unstoppable. She hasn't messed up on anything. And there's a nice tip coming in there. And Warwick dives to the ball and they're unable to catch it out. And that means it leaves at 16-9. Coventry to serve. She looks riled up. It could be a good thing or a bad thing. And the answer is, I don't know.
Just out.
It was in.
It's very close.
It was out. It was out. There we go. The ref's given 2 calls, but we appreciate that anyway. Big serve from number 9 coming in. Well received by the libero, soft touch and the knee. Oh. The free ball, is it going to be capitalised on by Coventry? No. They're trying a bit too hard. There's a lot of power going in.
Just poor contact on that, and you can't put that much power on it if it's not going to go down.
Yeah, and it's got to be a bit scary. I mean, face on with the Warwick wall right in front of us. There's a lot of pressure, and they're just not facing up to it well enough. But the Warwick team, they look happy, but they look in control. None of them look like they're doing anything stupid. They're still focused, which is what you need. Guiding it to victory. And her serves are just so consistent. Number 9, Alice. As she receives over to the setter, who pops out to the middle for a quick, and it's not quite well timed enough, so it doesn't pop over. And Coventry respond with a back set from the setter into the opposite, who just comes in with an absolutely lovely straight down the line, and Warwick don't have anything they can respond to
The power of a left-handed opposite like that, they can just hit those shots with ease.
It feels like they're able to open up their shoulders more and just get a proper whack on it.
Into it, and they can just hit.
And number 3 is back in service for Coventry, but Warwick just don't mess up the receives. They're so consistent.
Good receive.
Really good receive, but there's a power hitter on the opposite for Coventry. But Warwick showing that they're not giving up. A slightly overhit set, and I mean, really well controlled. Apart from just like the pure physical game, Warwick seem to have the tactical game down as well, very strongly. And it is now 21-10. I mean, that is a huge margin.
Big gap.
They've got time to be a little bit adventurous, try out some tactics, but will they? Or are they just going to cruise control it to victory? And we're number 12 up for the set. Not a great receive, and they're having to give up a free ball for Warwick from Coventry. A great set from the outside to the middle.
Fantastic hit for the middle.
Really nice. I mean, she got up so high, you could see where that ball was going straight away, and there's nothing the defence can do about it. It just goes through them. Number 12 back on the serve. It's 22-10. Oh, brilliant serve. So close to the net, but well dealt with by Coventry. Is the opposite gets a spike blocked by the middle. And it was a net touch by... Was it a net touch? It was not a net touch.
I'm not sure.
It was not.
Doesn't look like it, no.
I thought she did. And really consistent serves coming from number 12, but Coventry are getting a lot better at the receives. They just have slightly questionable spiking sometimes.
I think the issue is that when they do get the ball up, the setter's setting very far off the net, and it makes it difficult to be particularly aggressive when you're hitting it from that far back.
A poor set, and that's set point, and that is one set already for Team Warwick. I mean, 25-10.
It's absolutely electric in here, and it's safe to say I think Warwick got off to a pretty good head start there. What did you make of that set?
Yeah, that was expected. History says that Warwick's going to win this game. They've already won the first set by 15 points. It's getting a bit ugly. It's like Tom trying to chase Jerry. It's a tough ask for Tom.
Yeah, as you said, Basil, an absolutely commanding set there from Warwick. Really strong and really great support here as well. It's really filling up on the balcony. I'm sure that's going to give them that extra level going into the second set. Hopefully going to take this game in just 3 sets, not have to drop any to Coventry.
Yeah, as you said, it's been quite a clear-cut game, I would say. But, still everything to play for. And so we're looking forward to what Coventry might pull out of the bag. Who knows? I mean, you can never tell with these things, can you?
Yeah, they just need to get some momentum. They've got no momentum absolutely whatsoever. When they went down 9-4, they called a timeout really early on, which just shows you they need momentum. They were trying to stop Warwick's momentum. You've got to start making your own momentum.
Yeah, we did see this in the men's game as well, that Warwick did look the strongest team in that first set, but they did drop that one to Coventry, but they were able to bounce back and win it 3-1. We'll have to see if that's the case here. I mean, the way that the game's played out so far, I think Warwick might have the upper hand on this one. And it's the teams are still in their huddles down on court side. It really is. I don't want to say one-sided, but it really does seem like that at the moment.
Yeah, completely agree. And a quick update from the other matches currently going on. We've got the squash with 2 sets to Warwick at the moment. Again, this Warwick streak seems to be continuing. I'm not sure. Do you think there's something there? Or?
I mean, 31 victories out of 31 victories in Varsity since 1990. I think it's going to be 32. I mean, it's only early on in the day, but, you know, let's be realistic. Tall ask for Coventry here.
Yeah, I mean, as we've been saying, it is going to be quite a tough ask for Coventry to pick up some points, really. And squash being one of the really key sports here at Warwick, one of the platinum performance sports, you'd really hope for a good result from them, possibly an opportunity for some other players to be able to get involved in the squad as the players start to take to the court again.
And we are back with volleyball, and we're looking forward to see what they do in the next set. Hopefully they continue to dominate on the court. Over to you.
Okay, it looks like we're back. I'm taking an educated guess, but I mean, the set 2 looks like it's about to begin. Is it similarly best of 5?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know. I mean, just looking at the facial expressions of the team, I'm psychoanalyzing them. This is intense. I mean, Warwick are they're playing clap games.
Yeah.
Coventry are not.
Very smiley.
Yeah, as we know,
Face
clapping
paint
games
on.
are true. I think the face paint is undoubtedly like an addition.
Source of power.
I'm not gonna lie. If you looked at like the men's game, number 72 had by far the
Full
most
on.
face paint.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a lot going on there, and he was by far smashing them down harder than anyone else. So I don't know. I think we're seeing a bit of a correlation here. Maybe that's what they need to do next team talk for Coventry. Get some face paint
Get
in.
some on, yeah. I'm sure
That's
we
all
got
the
some
men's
making
team
more.
has on. Yeah, give them red and black, confuse them.
Yeah. Looks like it's relatively the same squad on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, neither team seems to have nearly the number of substitutions that
But the men's
the
team.
men's
had.
team do.
Yeah.
In fact, I can't actually see a single substitution for. Oh, they've got one. Coventry have one substitution, so it's yeah, it's. I mean, they're in the zone, Warwick. If you just look at the back of the court here, number 6.
They're just having fun with it.
They are having fun with it, but they're still focused. Don't want any slip ups.
No.
They know they can cruise straight through. So why not? It seems like the confusion is going to come to an end sometime soon. But there's no guarantees on that. Are we ready to play? we're ready to go. Warwick with the serve. Number 6, which is Lopez, I believe, coming in with. We've seen how accurate her serves can be.
I mean, they've even put 4 in defence for this.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's not a statement, I don't know what is. Starting off the set scared. For good reason. Really nice set, all the way over to the outside. And quick decision making, just give the free ball. Yeah. Starting off much better Coventry, getting the outside involved with proper spikes. The quick to the middle, and she slightly slices it, but it's well received by Lopez at the back of the court.
Wow.
And the Warwick opposite is simply too good. Absolutely targeted precision right into the back right-hand corner of the court for her left. And nothing Coventry can do about that. I mean, it seems like whatever Coventry throw at them, they've got enough to take it all in and throw back more. Lopez the serve once again, number 6. A really low close to the net. And the receive goes straight over.
Slightly over.
And Warwick mess up the receive a little bit, and it's hit into the net by Warwick's outside. Now serving for Coventry is number 8. With a really nice serve, low and close to the net. But again, Warwick just received so well. The block from Coventry is well recovered by Warwick, who need to get this over the net. Coventry are given a free. I mean, that's really well recovered. But again, the quick to the setter. They just can't seem to get past Warwick's defence. It seems like no matter where the ball goes, they're covered. As the opposite goes for a an outside, sorry, not the opposite. Goes for a really strong diagonal. And it was Stroganov this time. Finally, Warwick had been somehow beaten. It seemed like it was impossible for the first 2 minutes in that. Number 8, again with the serve. And the serve goes just long. Slight confusion with the refereeing again, but it's power server number 9 is back on the court. And once again, you're seeing 5 now at the back getting ready to receive that. And there's a free ball for Warwick. No, there isn't. It goes straight into the net. I mean, mentally speaking, Warwick are already ahead. I mean, 5 people back to receive a serve.
I think it just goes to show how good the Warwick side is.
Yeah, I mean, completely.
Oh, shanked by the libero. Again.
Yeah, she looks disappointed with that, and for good reason. That's a mistake they can't afford to make after losing the last set by 10. And Warwick are just, they're levels ahead. I mean, you can see the libero having a chat with the setter of the men's team, having a joke on the side. And number 9, again, with a really consistent serve. And the outside, at the opposite, with the outside, yeah, with a brilliant diagonal. I mean, she seems to be, once again, they've got very good diagonal spikes here at Coventry.
I mean, if you're a lefty, you can kind of hit that.
Yeah. Yes. A powerful serve received well by the libero.
Oh,
and we get a spike from the backcourt, which goes just long. But Warwick don't seem particularly fazed by it. I mean, 4-4, but I don't know. It's not as close as it sounds. Or maybe I'm just saying that. It's Coventry coming for the serve.
They could come
number
back
5.
into it.
Oh, serve was really close to hitting the top of the net and going over, but it does not. And that makes it 5-4 for Warwick. And number 5, Timmy, is coming in to serve now, who again serving in practice. I mean, as is a theme with the women's team, they don't seem to make mistakes. I mean, so consistent.
Arguably going out, that serve.
Arguably was, as we see that there's been a very close as it goes just long. Yeah, I mean, not as dominant. Coventry are being allowed to sort of settle in a little bit as we see the libero coming out. As number 2 is coming in for a serve. With the winding run-up, but again, Warwick just seem to have the receives on lock. but the outside with a nice hit, and then it's blocked over by the middle, Alice, who, once again, no one's getting over her. No one's getting past her.
Such a dominating presence.
Genuinely. They come up to spike the ball, and she's just there. I mean, there is no flaws at all in this Warwick team. It's good received by the libero, and this middle spicy across. But again, really nicely taken by the libero for Warwick, Masante number 10. As it's a set over to the outside, who's able to hit it just over the wall. Warwick now setting to their outside. It's well recovered by Coventry. And they get a free ball as a reward. And the middle goes for a spike once again. Alice she's describing their performance pretty well, and that is powerful and flawless. Just no mistakes, powering through them. It's number 13 again with a great serve. All the serves have been so accurate. Ooh. With the back set to the opposite, which no one can deal with.
Very clean back set.
Number 10 is breaking out. Forced to be reckoned with. And we're at 7-6 to Warwick. Coventry have the serve, and now we get to see if the serve lives up to her spiking prowess. And of course it does, but a great receive down low from number 10, Masante, the libero.
Fantastic set.
And there's a net touch from Warwick. Yeah, I mean, Warwick seem to be losing themselves points more than Coventry doing it to them.
Yeah, I think they're just losing composure at the minute. They just need to stop making these little errors and just get back into it.
Maybe a little bit too relaxed, but bearing in mind, I mean, Coventry they're third in their league. And for good reason, because they can do stuff like that.
That is a great block.
Really nice block. As you see two of them coming together, they've realised how strong Alice is in the middle. They're bringing two people together, just making a wall in front of her, and even she can't break that. And again, we see the serve coming in from number 10. A short serve, which received really uncomfortable for Warwick, as we see Turner wasn't able to get it just high enough, and the libero's left on the floor. And that goes to Coventry, so 10's a problem. But do Warwick have the answer? As we see Coventry take the lead for the first time since the first point, and Warwick saving a ball that looked like it was going out, followed by a great block and a spike from the back of the court. I mean, it's a very decisive team, Warwick, because we see it's popped over to the outside and then blocked. No, that was the opposite. And Coventry recover the ball really well. Number 8 diving backwards over her head. Gives the free ball to Warwick, and it's free balls all round. No one knows what's going on. We see the setter going to the back. Spike from the back goes just long from Turner. Really ambitious. And just didn't play out. Again, we have the Coventry number 10. Mrs. Consistent going at it. Really nice receive from Warwick. And see the spike going straight into the arms of the libero. Really nice. And the spike coming from the outside, straight down. Really nice spike. Turner just wasn't able to get low enough, quick enough.
Blockers just a little bit too late.
And we see a timeout. 11-7 for Coventry. Some would argue after the last set, slightly against what one would have predicted. Nonetheless, they don't look phased. Warwick don't look phased. You can feel more confidence in the actions of Coventry. They're going for the difficult balls. They're going for tough hits. I mean, and they're working.
The defence is not quite as shaky as it was in the first set. And I think that's making the difference.
And maybe it was the right tactic to go for the 10 at the... sorry, 5 at the back, not 10 at the back.
Yeah, 10 at the back, yeah. Out the bus.
All behind the ball. A less spirited chant than we normally hear from Warwick, but we accept that. Better have the supporters behind them. And we're back. The timeout is now done. And number 10, who seems to be the glue holding this team together, serve goes to number 16, set to the middle. Big, really nice block from Coventry as it comes over to the opposite, who spikes it back, and the libero is not able to control it properly. But Warwick keep it in play as it goes to the back of the court, and it's given us a free ball to Coventry, which was actually quite hard to difficult to deal with. But the outside, again, it's been a really strong area for Coventry, able to spike that ball down again through the Warwick defence, which is cracking.
Yeah, I feel like the blockers are just kind of letting her do what she wants at the minute. They're not applying much pressure.
I think that's in part due to the number 10 for Coventry, who's just been so consistent with these serves. The ball was going long, Coventry keep it in, and they decide to serve to the back court, which is dealt with well. Libero sets it, and it's just a bit short, means they have to give up a free ball. As we see the setter going over to the middle, nice block, but not nice enough as it bounces off her hands and goes out of bounds. And that is 13-7 for Coventry. And Warwick are looking less smiley, and less clapping, and less happy than they were before, and for good reason. A well-received serve by number 20. We see it set to the backcourt, and again it's Turner, who seems to be the target spiker. Goes to the outside for Coventry. And we see the set coming in from Lopez, which is dealt very well with by the outside for Warwick. Just tips it right over the block. They were not ready, couldn't react in time. That's a great piece of play. If the spikes aren't working, flick it over them.
Yeah, I think you just need to play smart at times. And it's just, it doesn't need to be flashy. As long as it hits the ground, it's a point.
And we see number 16 coming in to serve. Really nice serve, having to get down low at the back for that for Coventry. And we see that they tip it over from the outside position. And the spike coming in from outside for Warwick. Turner just goes straight into the net, which is unfortunate given she's been on fire with the spikes. So number 7 for Team Coventry for the serve. Comfortably received by number 16, and it's set by Lopez and hit over. Yeah. We see again the outside position causing trouble.
This hits over the blockers. Has free reign to do what she wants.
And Warwick are really struggling to find an answer to her spikes at the moment. As we see number 7 with the serve again, a comfortable receive, allowing her to set higher up. Quite an uncomfortable position to hit from for Alice. We see Coventry spiking from the back, a really powerful spike, well tipped by Alice. And that spike was close to the net, but Turner's able to tip it over. And we see Coventry are back with a free ball for Warwick. Lopez is able to keep it just in play, but they're not able to get a good spike. And a very cheeky tip by the opposite for Coventry. Oh no, she's the setter. But it was cheeky nonetheless. We haven't seen those being used as much as we did in the men's game. There's a lot more out-and-out spiking going on here, a lot less of the trickery. Again, a really nice serve from number 7, received by the libero, and Turner whacks it out of bounds. And Coventry are 17-8 up. That's a lead Warwick had last game, so we're really seeing how it's momentum is really important with these two teams. A brilliant serve, well received, and a cheeky tip from the setter, but Coventry were ready to receive it as Warwick get a free, and it's set all the way over to the opposite for Warwick. And they're able to get a spike through. Now they need to get consistent here. It's 9-17, so.
Coventry have really started to get their blocking down. It is lessening the opportunities Warwick have to really get those points.
Again, I feel like we're in for a pretty powerful serve here. Quite a poor receive from the libero of Coventry, meaning that the outside had way too much work to do and not enough to do it. And that goes straight into the net, and it's 10-17. Warwick perhaps on a comeback. As we see the serve coming in here from Alice, which just goes a bit too long. Again, as we said last game for Coventry, that's a mistake they can't afford to be making when the lead is that large for Coventry. And Coventry are dancing now. Seems the winning team are the dancing team. A really, really poor serve coming in from number 3. Closer to taking out her own player than the point, but that's what Warwick need. And what Warwick don't need is to mess up the serve. And they've got the perfect person serving in order for that not to happen, which is number 6, the setter, Lopez. Well received by Coventry, and it goes over to the outside. Oh, well received at the back by Warwick, but it's a little bit uncomfortable. Turner's able to spike it over, and Warwick and Coventry play out from the back. Libero sets over to the outside, who unfortunately hits it just a bit long. And it's 19-11 to Coventry, who now have the serve with their number 8. With quite a long run up, number 8 jumps in and it hits the net. They do have a bit of leeway, but against a team as solid as Warwick, we'll find out soon whether or not they can afford those mistakes. As we see Turner, number 9, serving now. Oh, an equally unsolicited error, making it 20-12, the London Olympic Games. It's a tough score to come back from. It feels as though Warwick will be calling a timeout sometime soon. As a nice receive from Warwick comes in. Oh, and a beautiful spike from the outside that Coventry just weren't ready for. The libero gets down, but not quick enough. She's not in the right place. And that's a really, really needed point for Warwick, making it 13-20. Number 5 to serve. As you can see also on the receive, they're no longer having as many players at the back. They're more comfortable. They've gotten into the game more. As the middle and the setter just combine too quickly for Warwick to be able to react, and the ball just falls into that massive gap in the middle. And we see the libero coming out for number 3. And we've already seen number 2 has some pretty powerful serves, so. And we have another unforced error. That is in the past 5 serves. It's the 3rd into the net. Which is unfortunate, but that's what Warwick need. They're now back within 7. Make that 6 as you see an ace coming in from number 13. Coventry look disappointed, but once again, they're making sure they're keeping calm, collected, composed. They don't want to go into this with a negative attitude. But Warwick, they're beginning to smile. As number 13 once again with the serve. Serve well received by number 10 as it goes over to the back court. Well received by the libero. Comes over to Warwick's opposite, whose spike is blocked by Coventry's number 10. It goes back towards Warwick's court and they just can't control it. It comes off their arm and goes out of bounds. And that makes it 22-15 to Coventry, who now have the serve with number 10, who is the MVP thus far.
Back to serve.
Yeah. And the serve goes long. And she dances. That is indeed what I would do as well. But that makes it 22-16 and there's the timeout. It's looking a lot better for Warwick. I mean, last time they were down 10, now they're down 6. It's still a big margin, but it's not insurmountable. I mean, we saw the men's do it just in set 2, set 3 even. So, I mean, they look confident, they look ready.
They have it.
And their winning record also looks pretty confident for them.
If they drop this set, I think they'll gain the composure back in the next 2 either way.
Yeah, maybe it's the sort of thing where it stabilizes them, gets them in the flow.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence going into this set just caused them to lose a few too many points at the beginning, and it's something they can't bring back.
And after the timeout, we're getting ready to begin once again at 22-16. Warwick are the 16, Coventry are the 22. And Warwick getting ready to serve with number 16. Which you could say is quite fitting given the score. Which he'll be hoping to change that now. And again, 5 people sitting back getting ready to receive. For a good reason, a very powerful serve. Goes for setter over to the outside with a powerful spike that goes just long. Or does it? The ref's confused. We're confused. It's given to Warwick, 17-22. Number 16 with the serve once again. I mean, she needs these serves to be going in.
Oh,
And they are really poor receive from the libero, but well recovered by number 10, and that's a free ball for Warwick. Well taken by the libero, softly to the setter, and we see the outside of Turner spiking it in, but well received. As Warwick just seem to be a little more composed than Coventry, as a slightly late spike from Alice is blocked, and Coventry recover it well. We now see it's coming over to the outside, really strong spike, falls over, nice block to the libero who's ready to receive. Warwick now go once again over to the back, and this time Coventry can't deal with it. Number 10 stretches out and sends the middle over trying to get it as well, but neither of them can reach that. That's just solid from both teams. I mean, it's a really strong defence from Coventry.
Long rally with a well-deserved winner.
I mean, Coventry's defence compared to the first set is incomparable. Number 16 with a really nice serve once again. And a tip from the setter. And the middle tips it over, and the ref once again has made 2 calls. And who's won the call? Warwick's won the call. The middle tried to tip it over, the Warwick team weren't ready, and it just went slightly wide of the line. That point's been given to Warwick, making it 19-22.
I think there was a slight touch on that, but...
So do I. A lovely serve once again. And it's a free ball for Warwick, which they need to capitalise on. We see it being set over to the middle, and that's she's hit in the face, and it doesn't matter because she's hit there, he goes even harder. And it's a timeout. The momentum is strongly in the favour of Warwick. Coventry are looking angry, looking dejected, and I'm right next to them, so I might get beaten up for saying that, but they're shaking in their boots.
The gap is closing ever closer.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone from 10 to 6 to 2. Yeah. Coventry haven't won a point since the timeout. I mean, if I were Warwick, I'm feeling good.
You're gaining some of that confidence back, hopefully.
Yeah. And also coming back, if they're able to win that, going into the next set, that's a lot of confidence coming in there.
It's really going to shatter the morale of Coventry, I think, if Warwick come back.
And the crowd really helping with the comeback. As we see number 16 Inez getting ready to serve again, and her serves have been just great so far. And they continue to be just that, a tricky serve which comes short. Coventry have to hit it over, and it goes over to Turner, who's blocked, but recovers well, and the free ball is conceded to Coventry. Coventry pop it over to the middle, who spikes it, and it is not received by Warwick well enough. Number 16 Inez, it just bounces off out of her hands, and that makes it 23-20 to Coventry. Someone say that was a very, very well-placed timeout. Give them time to get composed, to settle. And now number 7's up to serve. Serve nicely received by the libero. And it's, I mean, the receive really, really set up the play there, straight to the setter, who gives her an inch-perfect set over to Alice, who, again, from the middle. You can't stop all of them when she's serving. And this is dangerous for Coventry, because we know how good Alice can be on the serve. And Coventry are having to, libero gives it over, gives them a free, and it's a really, really poorly hit ball. And that's 22-23.
That is not the time you want to make an error like that.
That is not the time. She's smiling, but we know she's crying inside. It's looking up for Warwick. Another good serve and another
another
really poor
poor
receive. Conceding the free ball to Warwick. A slightly poor communication, but it's fine because Turner was ready to spike it over. Nicely recovered, and the tip from the setter. Now we see it comes over to Lopez, who's able to hit that over.
Bit of a role reversal there.
Yeah, a little bit smooth. But number 10, who once again for Coventry, she's been the focal point, been the leader, been the person in charge. She gives them the set point. So Coventry serving to make it 1-1 in sets. 24-22. It's received by a nervous libero, tipped over as they get the free. The set to the middle is really well. And the outside, Turner, she's just blocked by Coventry, and the ball's coming over once again. A setter, Lopez, is able to tip it over, but it's recovered by Coventry, who hit it over to the outside, who mistimes the jump, and the set's just a bit too low. And it's 23-24. You can't separate these teams with anything at the moment. A lot of pressure on Lopez, but as we said before, she's the one you want behind the ball in this situation. Lovely serve coming in. As the tip is blocked by Turner, and it now goes to the outside, who has to tip it over. We see Turner coming in once again with the spike, which is dealt well with this time by the libero. As it's popped over, pretty poor set, and the Warwick get the free. We see it coming over from Lopez, it's a back set. And it was going long! And the call was out, but number 7 at the back of the court has made an absolutely woeful error. And that has brought Warwick single-handedly back into the game.
Coventry the set.
That has cost them the set. That was the win right there. And the nerves are gone. Look at Warwick. We've got Ines and the libero. Great serve once again from Lopez. Goes to the outside, who finishes off well this time. Really well received.
Perfect serve.
Oh, brilliant spike by the outside, which is Turner. But number 10 with her diagonals. And Turner once again with a brilliant tip. And as you can hear in the crowd right now, it's 25-24 for Warwick. They have come down from being 21-11 behind to being 25-24 up. I mean, that's a huge comeback. Coventry are going to have such little confidence coming out of this. You've got to feel good. Lopez to serve. And as she does, it's a very good serve. Followed by the spike from Turner. And what can Coventry do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Really emphatically hit. Really well taken. And what a set for Warwick. 21-11 down to 26-24 up.
That is just a fantastic way to finish out the set.
Right, I think we're off again.
Well, Warwick getting that second set in quite dramatic fashion. Bazil, what did you make of it?
Well, I think somebody at Coventry heard me at half time, and they didn't like the Tom and Jerry reference. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and Warwick finished on top. They took the set, what a comeback. And I think they were a bit distracted by the crowd at the beginning. You know, they're on the other side, and they were facing the crowd. But like I said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and Warwick finished strong.
Exactly. There were some nerves on the balcony here as Coventry were pulling away towards the beginning of that set. But as you said, Warwick heads didn't drop, and they managed to keep going.
I mean, Yogi Berra famously said baseball is 90% mental and the other half is physical. I think this is the case here. You know, it's just a mental game. Warwick obviously physically dominated the game in the first set, but in the second set, it was definitely a mental game. You know, you're looking at the crowd. The crowd was loud. A lot of Coventry supporters here as well. So I think they're a bit distracted by that. But obviously, you know, they came back and Warwick showed who they are.
Yeah, well, it's an absolutely cracked balcony. Hopefully it's not as cracked balcony. A crowded balcony. Full balcony here at the Sports and Wellness Hub. We've got volleyball, as you've been seeing, going on behind us, and men's cricket going on as well in the same arena. So, I mean, plenty of action for everyone to be watching here. And the people watching the volleyball have been treated to an absolutely cracking game.
I mean, I would say cracked. I think the stands might crack if 3 more people, you know, try and take a seat. Yeah, it's going to collapse. But I mean, yeah, what an atmosphere. You got to feel for Coventry, but they blew it at the end, and it was their fault. They had to, kind of they pounced on the mistakes that Warwick made in the second set, early on in the second set. But then they just got too sloppy, and Warwick took advantage of that, and it should have been Coventry set.
Exactly. Well, they rue that this missed opportunity. Do you think Warwick can now have got the momentum and can go on to take this game 3-0?
Absolutely. I'm sticking with my Tom and Jerry reference. This is Tom and Jerry. This is Tom chasing Jerry. When you think Tom is going to catch Jerry, Jerry escapes, and this is what it looks like right now.
Well, that is the men's volleyball here. We've got some other updates for you across campus. Sam Carlier is at the Esports Centre for us. Well, Warwick, they won the Overwatch 3-2. Now, they threw two. He says in his words they threw 2 of those games to make sure they didn't end an hour early. So, I mean, nice to be able to give everyone an opportunity to play. They're on to the Valorant round now, so we'll see how that goes. And looking at the overall scores, well, Warwick have got a 10-0 lead.
I mean, what else to say apart from expected? This is what we expected coming into the day. The only time that Coventry even came close was 2010, 2011, and 2012, where they lost those by 6 points, 6 points, and 2 points. Hopefully they can try and recreate something, here, recreate those 3 years, and try and, give Warwick a good fight. But it's looking quite difficult.
Well, the players have been called back onto the court by the referee, so we might as well pass over to our commentary team. Still here for us, it's Tom Oakland from Raw and Ollie Watson from Warwick Volleyball. win for Warwick earlier in the men's game. And I'm going to see if I can bring in a special guest now. Our SU Vice President for Sports is here, Emma Birch. Emma, welcome to the Raw stream. Going to come on in. We kind of ambushed you to get you on, but I mean, what did you make of that game?
Yeah, it was amazing. I love watching volleyball. I wish I played volleyball. It is incredible. It was so good.
I mean, we've been talking about the team spirit that's been on show, the teamwork spirit, and that's really been the case in the volleyball, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Volleyball's always one of the ones that attracts all the big crowds and gets the massive atmosphere going. It's so good.
So good. And I mean, Warwick, we're doing pretty well so far today. I mean, we're about 10-0 up in all the games that have gone on so far.
We currently have 7 wins, which would mean we are 14-0 up. So it's looking good.
So, I mean, if my maths is correct here, that's 1 or 2 more wins, and that's sealed it for us?
Yes, pretty much you are correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got one of those games coming up very shortly, the netball. What are you thinking about the game?
Yeah, that's going to be like our big showcase event today. It's going to be a really great one. They've got signs over there. It's going to be an amazing atmosphere.
Yeah, and people staying around, moving towards the centre to Zone B, where this netball is going to be taking place. Are we expecting a similar atmosphere from Team Warwick here?
I think it's going to be the biggest one today, to be honest.
I mean, have you seen some of those signs? I've seen kind of the backs of some of the cardboard. Have you seen some of the signs that people have got?
Yeah, they're really good. They're like a wordplay in people's names. They're really good.
And kind of, you've mentioned netball kind of really being like a one to watch for you. Kind of anyone you want to pick out in particular, or is it going to be a real team effort today?
Oh, I can't do that. They're all amazing as a team. Obviously, I know Abby Wood. She's part of the task force that we have at Six Women's Sport, and she's brilliant. But no, I'm just excited to see all of them. They're very good.
Abby, the one of the Bucks captains as well for netball. So going to be featuring today in the first team.
Yeah, she's over there, so I think so, yeah.
They are starting to warm up down below us as well. And I suppose, Emma, I'm going to go and let you get a good position to be able to watch the game. Thank you very much for joining us.
Of course, thank you.
All right, that is Emma, your SU Vice President for Sport, speaking to us here on the Raw Sport stream. We've got netball coming up, as we have just said, and with Emma Bazile, netball. I mean, this could be another win for Warwick, quite possibly.
I mean, yeah, but it could be a win for Coventry as well. Even though last year I think Warwick won, but yeah, it could go either way. And if you've got the mental strength, then anything is possible.
Exactly. And if we have a kind of a reminisce of some of the other stuff that's gone on today, and last year, I mean, Warwick were able to, obviously, lots of victories today, lots of victories last year as well. That Warwick did win the Varsity netball last year. Do you think that is going to have any impact on what happens today?
I think it could. You know, a lot of players, would have played last year, would have been in, probably are in these teams right now. Like I said, last year, Warwick Women's won the volleyball, and they won it this year again. They won it last year 3-1, and this year 3-0. So I do think recent history, has some value, and so they should build on this value, and Warwick should kind of think, hey, we beat them last year, we can beat them again this year.
And let's have a little bit of a think about some of the season that has already gone as we're coming into this game for both of the teams. So Warwick are currently 4th in the Midlands Tier 2. Coventry also 4th, but they're in the league below, the Midlands Tier 3. I mean, that's the same league that Warwick's second team are actually in. So, I mean, both kind of mid-table so far in their league seasons. We've had no first versus first game, as you would expect, but we've had Coventry 1s against Warwick 2s, and they've won one game each against each other. Do you think that the seconds game could have any sort of impact on how either team may approach the game today?
I mean, Coventry might come into it with more fire, like, oh, we haven't taken the lead over them. So yeah, I think there's some fire in that Coventry team. Warwick can't get too complacent though. Like I said at the beginning of the volleyball game, always respect your opponent, never underestimate them. Even if it's a David versus Goliath matchup, always respect your opponent, because think about Murphy's Law, if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. So always respect your opponent, always think that they can beat you, but always think that you can beat them.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of a good way to think about it. And thinking this is going to be such a
excited.
Yeah,
They
so
look.
they'll be taking the court now. They've just done the little Warwick chat, and then Coventry hopefully should be on the court soon, and then we'll be taking the centre pass. So it looks like it's a Warwick centre pass, which is exciting, but we'll see where we go from there. So hopefully first goal on the board for Warwick.
Oh wow, you've even got netball socks. That's really cool.
Yeah, netball socks. Kicked out with all the staff.
Oh yeah, shout out to your kit match. Like that's cool.
Yeah, our kit sack is great.
Okay, so the game is literally about to begin. Oh, it's begun.
Yeah, so out to our goal attack. And just work it into the circle, feeds into Hannah Braithwaite. So that was an obstruction by the Coventry goal shooter. So in netball, you have to be a metre away when someone has caught the ball.
So was that a goal for us, Justin?
Yeah, so a goal for Warwick, first goal on the board, which is really exciting. See if Warwick can turn the first centre pass. Brilliant, so interception from Freya Sugarman. Ran her feet well, really good interception, so we'll work this down throughout the court. Another feed into goal shooter Hannah Braithwaite. And rebounded by goal attack, managed to keep it in court.
The teamwork is amazing just watching this right now.
So that was a footwork call. In netball, you can't replace your landing foot once you leave, so you can't move with the ball. So the first foot you land on, you have to keep with.
Okay.
So it was contact against the goal defence, so Braithwaite will have a shot at the goal. So she has to, that's a penalty, so she has to stand by her side and is out of play for that goal.
Okay, so we've got 2 points, Cov got nothing.
2-0 and our centre pass, so hopefully another one on the score.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's out of possession and Warwick throw-in. Really well taken by Hannah Braithwaite. That was a good ball into the shooter. Protected space well, and Abby saw that. Amazing pressure from Warwick throughout the court. The Coventry's having to move it around a lot, which is really good.
So you were saying earlier it's our Warwick. What ones?
So it's our Warwick first team against Coventry first team, but we don't have any freshers that we normally have in our Warwick team. So we've got twos as well in mixed between, which is nice to get some of our finalists the opportunity to play at Varsity.
I think that's really nice, actually.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll see some of our finalists from the twos coming on in the coming quarters, because at the moment we just have our first team playing.
That's nice. That's good. So Coventry's now got 1 point.
Yeah, it's right. Warwick 4, Coventry 1.
Warwick's determined. Warwick wants this.
Really good tip from the Coventry goalkeeper. Unfortunate for Warwick. Okay, so Hal's ball. Coventry didn't manage to convert it, but well seen by a goal attack and a good feed into the circle. Rebounded by Hannah Riley, goal defence. And Warwick's just going to work it down the court, try to get to goal.
Yeah, Warwick, we have the ball right now.
Yeah, those feeds into Hannah Braithwaite are going outstandingly. She's protecting space really well. It's really nice to see.
This is good. This is a good game so far.
Yeah, it's a really strong start by Warwick. Hopefully we can keep it up. Unlucky. So Warwick will try and turn this back. So hopefully we'll see strong arms over Prevenser at the court. 5-1. Managing to play it around really well. We've got lots of options on the ball, which means that when one of our players have the balls, we have 2 or 3 options to pass it to, which is always the position we want it to be in. Because if we have to force a ball up and over, that's when it often gets intercepted.
Oh, right,
it's a really
okay.
strong position for Warwick to be in, to have lots of options on the ball.
It looks like we always are able to keep possession of the ball.
Yes,
the ball
absolutely.
always makes it back to our
So
side.
that's such a key thing. So if you can score off all your centre passes, you'll never lose a game.
Okay.
Any turnovers, because you get alternating centre passes in netball.
Okay.
So if you can score off all your centre passes, the minimum you could ever get is a draw. But obviously that's incredibly difficult to do. So we're looking at about an 80% centre pass conversion rate.
Okay. And then when you get turnovers in the circle, for example, like our goal defence just took an interception, you want to be able to get that and convert that into goal. So when we take stats, we look at our centre pass to goal rate and then our turnover to goal rate. So this is our restart turnover because it's been taken from the back line, and then hopefully Warwick is just going to be able to work this throughout the court to get another point on the board.
Oh, brilliant. Yes, it looks like we're heading back for our goal. This should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. So Warwick did a really good defensive job by forcing off the back line.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah,
oh,
so
wow.
well kept in play by Captain Abby Wood.
Oh, that was good.
So it's a Warwick throwing because it came off Coventry.
At the moment it's 6-2. That's good. That's sturdy.
Yeah.
And we've got about 9 minutes left of this quarter. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a contact call from behind, so that's why that was called. So Braithwaite will get a shot at the goal and score. So really strong start for it.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Yeah, so well
that
taken
that
by
was
goal
good
in hand.
court
Yeah.
for Coventry.
So that was a really good work down here
Yeah.
at the court. It was a really strong ball and really well taken by Coventry on attack.
That's good. We've got the possession back.
So really well rebounded
Yep.
by goal defence and managed to call the contact call as well, which allows work time to set up, which increases the chance of it being able to bring through to goal.
Amazing. Oh, wow. Looks like we went in with a really good plan, strategy,
Yes,
and defence.
absolutely. So if you saw that huddle before the start of the game, they were talking team strategy about what to do. They were talking about these set play moments and how to get your head in the game. Obviously, it's a big pressure game with everyone watching, so those girls just taking the time to sit with the 12 of them, remind them it's just netball, and they do play this a lot, so it's fine. Just to get the head in the game, and they've came out with a really strong start, so it's very clear that that talk works.
I mean, I'm enjoying that they're all smiling as they're playing.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, they look like they're enjoying themselves, that they've got a good plan.
Yeah, definitely. The enjoyment is definitely there for all these girls. They're all really committed, and we do train a lot, so the enjoyment has to be there to get yourself up for the 7 a.m. S&C, for example.
Oh, wow. What day do you get up for 7 a.m?
Yeah, so we have 7 a.m. S&C on Fridays.
Oh,
and
on a
then,
Friday.
Yeah,
Oh.
Friday mornings.
Oh,
so
wow.
the enjoyment really has to be there for all these girls because it is a big commitment, but you can tell that on court.
You can tell the commitment's here.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, the dedication to win is here.
Yes, they absolutely want this win, and they've made a really strong start at getting it. That was really well worked in by Coventry. The goal shooter protected space really well, and that feed was up and over the goal defence, so unfortunately we weren't able to get the tip.
We're back with the ball now.
Yeah, so they'll just try and work it down to goal. The aim is to try and gain as much depth off the centre pass as possible. We don't ideally want to be going back and forwards because we want to get it head straight down to the goal as quickly as possible.
So ideally, we would like to keep keeping it in our section.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So ideally, with every ball, we want to go forwards and more towards the goal. It's not ideal to go back and reset it.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's better than losing possession. So sometimes we do have to go back, reset it, and then work it back into the space. A nice tip there from Hannah Riley. And Warwick centre pass.
Yep, we're back. We've got the ball. We look determined. We want another one.
Yeah, so well worked to the circle top. So in netball, we ideally want to feed from the circle top, which is where our wing attack and centres are stood. So they're not allowed to be in the circle, so they have to stand on the outside of it. But they want to feed from that circle top because their respective centres and wing defences can't go in there as well, so they're able to feed with our arms over, so they're able to get clear vision into the shooter, which increases the chance of the ball getting through.
Oh, brilliant. At the moment, we're Warwick's 9, Coventry's 4.
A really good defensive pressure from Warwick. Hopefully we'll draw a turnover from this.
Yeah. That was good from Coventry.
vice captain.
We've got 5 minutes left and we've got a good strong hold with 10 points.
Yes, absolutely. It's early days, so netball's such a quick pace game that 5 goals in is not actually a lot.
Oh, really?
And a couple of turnovers, it can swing either way. So very strong start for Warwick, but definitely game's not won yet. Need to keep moving throughout. 5 goals is very easy to make up, unfortunately, in netball because we do get the high scoring goals of like 50, 60 goals apiece.
Oh, wow.
Really nice interception from Abby Wood there. Ran her feet back to get to the ball, so was able to make a clean interception without contacting. Yeah, lovely pocket drive as well, good ball placed into space. Netball is really physical, especially in that circle. You can see our shooters are being bashed around a lot by the Coventry defenders, which is something you do. So why we do the S&C and stuff like that is because you can see it's very physical, especially onto
I was
the
just
ball.
about to say, it's actually a lot more intense than I expected, especially the closer the goal you get.
Yeah, absolutely. So as soon as, especially as you enter that circle, it is very, very body. So unfortunately, like that went Coventry's way with that ball. It can go either way.
I bet you do a lot of like the bleep test because you're constantly running back and forth.
Fitness.
Yeah.
It's really high fitness, but it's also high fitness under, like I said, that contact. So it's different than just going for a run, but very exciting sport because of that. Yeah, so Warwick back line, hopefully we can take it through to goal. Games like this always are going to be physical, obviously, because everyone really wants to win. But Warwick is taking it really well and managing it really well, but that's why we're seeing the high amount of whistle and the high amount of contact calls. The girls just need to stay disciplined and really try and avoid giving out those contact calls in defence, because it does give a bit of an advantage because a contact call can take someone out of play.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Yes, it's a lot more physical than I expected. Like,
yes, absolutely.
It's a little bit more pushy than I thought it was going to be.
Yes, it is very pushy, especially in
like
this high
right
pressure.
now.
Yeah,
The goal
so
shooter,
under
the goalkeeper?
Yeah, so the goal shooter is trying to protect the space towards the post because she wants that ball as close to the post as possible because it's easier to score. And then obviously the goalkeeper wants to stand in that space as well to prevent it from getting it. So it is very physical contest.
Yeah, because if you look right now, the goalkeeper and goal shooter,
yes,
they're literally touching. They're so close to
absolutely.
fair.
They do body up on each other, but you do have to physically stand against them to protect that space.
Oh, wow.
Because if you're stood in it, someone else can't be. So
that's very true.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can see our goalkeeper now is moving around the goal shooter to try and prevent her to get that goal side space. You can see she's trying to push her high outside the circle. So it's really trying to prevent a goal shooter from getting that space.
Yeah.
But obviously it's very physical in nature because of that.
Our goalkeeper's in front trying to defend. Is that right?
Yeah, so she's just working around the goal shooter trying to prevent her to get the ball close to goal.
Yeah.
So arms over on that shot. It's really effective. Yeah, contact call against the goal shooter, which means it's a Warwick ball.
I can see that your hair will get pulled a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just on that contest with the rebounds, the goal shooter, the contacted, which drew a Warwick call.
Our goalkeeper's so smiley.
Yeah. She's a lovely girl.
She's very smiley.
Very smiley.
Oh, okay, yeah, because she didn't pick up her foot there. That was a good catch from Coventry.
Yeah, really good feeding from Coventry. Goal shooter protected the space really well, and that ball went in off over the head of our goalkeeper and into goal. Yeah, as we were talking about before, just that physicality on that goal shooter meant she wasn't able to get up for that ball, unfortunately, which led to a half turnover. But well defended from our attacking unit, and now we've got a sideline. And another shot for Braithwaite on the ball. So 20 seconds to goal. Warwick is going to try and prevent a goal here. So you can hear them shouting no goal. Basically, we just don't want them to get to goal and score.
We're just trying to
because it
protect
means
the
they might
ball now.
lose- Yeah, they might lose.
Okay,
a
that was
centre
good.
pass. Yeah,
Bounced
so
off.
if nobody scores on this centre pass, Coventry effectively loses this centre pass.
Okay.
And it will be a Warwick centre pass next. So they've done a really good job on this of delaying play and ensuring Coventry don't score.
So Warwick has 13, Coventry has 6, and I'm going to assume they've got a break now. How long?
Yeah, so it's normally 2-3 minutes. It's just
Okay.
quarter time break, just for them to get a drink and just have a little team
catch their
chat.
breath,
Yeah,
yeah.
and if there's any rotations they can or changes they can make them just to get their heads back in together and make any necessary changes. So at this point, Coventry might be starting to look to changes or have a team talk about what they might want to change going into the next quarter, and Warwick just saying that it was successful.
It looks like. At the moment, it looks like the Coventry. I would say would she be the captain of the goal?
Yeah, so either
defence?
a captain or a highly experienced player. Normally it's a captain, but team
Looks like-
dynamics do change throughout. So the captain will just be having a chat, trying to get the girls' heads back into it. Because it is, although Warwick have started to come out strong, it's absolutely make back upable. We still have 3 quarters
Yes.
left to play. So obviously Warwick got this scoreline in this quarter, so it's definitely make upable over the next 3. So Coventry captain at the moment will just be trying to get the girls' heads back into it and just saying, so we've got a lot of netball to play and it's not done yet. And then Warwick will just be saying, good job, let's cement this and carry on.
Yeah. Our side looks supportive. They're warming up.
Yes.
I think a couple new players are going to be coming on or coming
got
off.
a couple of players just warming up, getting their feet ready to go, ready to come on.
Looks strong. Looks good. Looks like they know what they want to do for the next quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. So they make
Yeah, I'm going to say they're very happy, the cricket boys, right now.
yeah, there's absolutely something big just happened in the cricket.
Someone's even dressed as a horse in the crowd. Not quite sure about why.
No, so
Oh no.
anyone at Coventry can let us know why.
If someone could let us know why someone's dressed as a horse.
No, unfortunately no costumes in the netball stands, but there's lots of really great signs, which is really great for the girls to see.
Some great sides, great supporting, great cheering at the moment.
Yeah, and the girls are just about to take the court for their second quarter. So in netball they change ends, so our attacking end is now on the other end of the court.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so we're now
Yeah, so we're now
shooting the opposite direction.
Opposite direction.
Okay, cool.
Unfortunate obstruction ball for goalkeeper, which means Coventry will get a free shot at that.
Yes, Coventry's just got a point. With a good point to get.
Yeah, so Coventry turns our centre pass, which means they now have another centre pass and another opportunity to score. So Warwick will be looking to make a turnover at this point.
Okay.
And another goal for Coventry, making the score 13-8. Really good patience on the ball, they're working it round, waiting for that free option. Really good work between the wing attack and centre. Just really patient and making sure.
Good to see the dedication still here. They're even more determined this time.
Yeah, definitely.
Has there been any changes in like people and positions or?
Yeah, so we've had a change at wing attack and centre. Our wing attack and centre have just stayed positions. And then we've had Elle come on at wing defence. So it's nice to have some fresh legs in there.
Fresh faces, fresh dedication
Yes,
on there.
absolutely.
Is there a reason why centre and wing attack change, or is that just how it normally is?
I think the captain might have just had a chat and making to look maybe preserve legs. I don't think there will be a reason, but
Yeah.
obviously it's not discussed with us. But either just looking to add some fresh legs in at centre because centre is incredibly tiring, or just change look. Either way, both players are still on. They're just in the change role. And the first shot.
Good, that was good.
Quarter on the board for Warwick, which will settle them. Had a little bit of a rough start to this quarter. But
That's
now
good.
they've got that goal on the board, they'll be much more settled and ready to go again, and they'll be looking to make a turnover here.
It's always the first goal which brings on the next.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be much more settled now. Yeah, and really good turnover from the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a miscommunication there, which means it's a Coventry throw.
Okay, there's actually quite a lot of Coventry supporters up there.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well that's good for them.
Pretty even at the moment. Looking at 14-11.
Let's go, Warwick. Yeah.
Really good ball into the circle. Unfortunate call for Goshi, so that was an attacking contact. Which meant she was pushing off her player. Which is really unfortunate call for that, but Warwick will work it through. Yeah, really good defensive pressure. Managed to draw the 3-second call there, which meant that Coventry didn't have any options. So really good defensive unit from all the girls. Well picked up by Libby. Hopefully she'll put it towards the goal.
That's good. Good goal.
Another goal for Warwick.
Unlucky, but that was a good shot. Another good shot from Coventry.
Yeah. Really good shooting up from seeing their shooting circle. Really good patience from Warwick on the ball and a brilliant feed into the circle. Both protected space really well and drove away from her defender, making that feed possible. Really good ball placement from wing attack. Well challenge from
good.
goalkeeper, that was a really good challenge on the ball when she's just getting the ball out of play and disrupt it so Warwick can go again and try and intercept that ball. And managed to draw another attacking contact, so hopefully Warwick will be able to convert this. Really good work from the girls working it down.
That's good. Current scores are 15 to Warwick, 12 to Coventry.
Still a lot of netball left to play.
Still a
Brilliant
lot of-
interception from Elwa. Used her reverse hand to come through the ball, which meant that she didn't contact and managed to get a clean intercept, which allowed Warwick to gain possession.
That sounds like a lot of skill.
Yes, absolutely. It was really
Very skillful.
Yeah, very skillful. Another shot from Warwick, really good.
Good. The crowd seems happy. The crowd getting more and more pumped.
Yeah, crowd's happy. Another score on the board. Just maintaining that lead between Warwick and Coventry.
Oh,
Yeah, unfortunate call from the goalkeeper. But that circle is so physical. It can go either way. Like we had an attacking contact from Coventry.
I would be
just a
scared to
minute
be in that
ago.
circle.
Yeah, it's so physical. So off against each other. That's what's necessary. Really good feed, well seen from.
That was really good shot. That was good.
Really good shot and well protected space. That link between wing attack and goal shooter is really important. And those two have it, having been captain and vice captain. So really important link and really those feeds are going in really well.
Oh, so wing attack is
Yeah,
captain.
So, and goal shooter is vice captain.
Oh, brilliant. I can see the teamwork there, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're both finalists and both playing really well and have done an outstanding job at captaining our team this year and running the whole bar. So while they managed to draw the two defenders to one half of the circle and then play it into the goal attack of the other. So just sighting defenders really well and managed to place that ball without it getting intercepted, which is a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
And another shot for Warwick, which is a Coventry centre pass, so that was a really good turnover. So hopefully take this to goal.
So this can be in our favour. Oh.
So managed to draw a contact goal again, which allows the girls to set up, brings one of the Coventry defenders out of play, which is a nice thing. And a really good ball in.
We could do a rebound, yeah.
Really good well rebounded.
Oh, brilliant. That was good, brilliant.
Excellent play. And we managed to draw the lead to 19-13, which is really good. So really strong couple of minutes for Warwick. Again, another turnover, really well rebounded. So hopefully the girls will be able to bring this throughout the court.
Oh, that was an amazing leap.
Yes.
That was good.
Yeah, so
Oh, wow.
And O'Reilly, our goal defence, is amazing elevation. Her jump testing, the highest in the squad, and you can really see that throughout her play. The interceptions she takes with that elevation are outstanding. She's able to get and jump really high up against the ball. It's really well held and kept in play. If any part of you goes out of court, then that unfortunately is a turnover to the team. So that was a really well kept in.
That was good.
So well kept away from the post from the goalkeeper. She managed to stay goal side and just force that a little bit of a more long shot. The shooting accuracy of Coventry shooters is very accurate. Coventry centre hands. Rebound.
That was good, yeah.
That was really good pressure. Again, it's just that physicality in the circle.
Yeah, we've taken possession back.
Yeah.
We want this.
Yeah, so it's just a real want for the ball to pick up any loose turnovers and
Yeah.
really drive on it, especially when you're fatigued, driving onto a loose ball that's like 10 metres away, for example. It's really good.
That was good. That was a really good score, that one.
It is just the
That was a solid one.
Yeah, so really well brought down. That was a real team effort from Warwick. We played the ball around and maintained possession. But that was a good ball on the board. Just reset back, just to keep possession, and they'll keep working it round until the shooters are happy with how close they are to the post, so in their shooting zone to take that shot.
So is each time you shoot 1 point?
Yeah, so each time you shoot is 1 point. You have to have landed in the shooting circle, which is the little red D that you can see on court.
Oh, right, yep.
So it has to be taken from in there and can be taken anywhere in there.
Okay, but it's 1 point each time.
Yeah, 1 point each time, but our shooters will want to work the ball as close to the post as possible.
To get that.
Yeah. To increase the chance of scoring, because it is easier to score from closer towards the post, because our post is actually very small compared to the size of our ball, so it's quite a difficult thing to do.
Yes, and the ball's a lot harder than I expected. It's a very solid ball, yeah.
Ball. If it hits a finger in the wrong way, you will end up with a broken finger.
Oh yeah, I can see. I can see why so many of you always have bruises.
Yes, absolutely.
I can see one hit of that. That's really painful.
Yeah, that is, to be fair, that is mostly down to the physicality of the game, just like a
Yeah.
little elbow and will bruise. But the skill of a netball shot is very different to a basketball shot, because obviously we don't have the backboard, so it has to go in a clean sweep. It can't bounce off the side. Which
Yes,
increases
that's true.
the difficulty of it.
Because there's no rebound off a wall or anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has to be so accurate. So that goal shooter country is excellent. And
So there's that extra skill there.
yes, absolutely. So that's
Of,
why
like,
they want
precision,
to work,
yeah.
So that's why they want to work the ball as close to the post as possible, because it is quite difficult to shoot. Something I don't envy the shooters for, because I'm not too good at.
I'm sure you're really good.
Really good tip from goal defence. Just managed to read that shooters shoot the ball really well. And
That's
a
good.
turnover, so excellent arms over and really good defensive play from Warwick.
We've got possession again. We're going back to the goal.
Bring it down. Yes.
Oh, that was
since
good.
it's just given and gone to the top of the circle, that's ideally where we want to feed from. Fortunately, didn't manage to quite convert it through to goal, but really good play from Warwick there. Our defensive pressure is high. You can see our wing attack and goal attack both defending hard as well, which is nice to see attacking players defending hard.
We've got 3 minutes left, and Warwick has 21 points and Coventry has 16.
Really good defensive
Yeah.
pressure from Warwick, really drawing them out to the last milliseconds of the 3 seconds, because you can only hold the ball for 3 seconds, and a good defensive contact drawn out. So hopefully they'll be able to work this through.
That was a quick turnaround, that was good.
Yeah, exactly. A really quick transition. So in netball, it's really important to transition from attack to defence quickly, because if you're able to move the ball down to goal before the opposition has even realised they're defending, it's obviously much easier rather than it being quite slow to transition. So a really quick transition from Warwick to defence to attack to move the ball down really quickly. And another shot, brilliant.
That's good.
So really positive for Warwick. Another really good centre pass from Warwick. They're really drawing out and making Coventry play to those 3 seconds.
Yeah, they're really making sure each other play the game fully.
Yes, absolutely.
There's no
high
slacking
defensive
here.
pressure. All girls are running feet, and
I have to say, it is good energy from both.
yeah, absolutely. It's a really high pressure game, but both teams are dealing with that excellently. And there's a really high level of netball being played today. Lucky footwork call, and they'll get back on and defend. Really nice pressure from goalkeeper on that shot and managed to force that missed shot from a goal shooter who's normally very accurate. It's a really good play from goalkeeper. Warwick are punching through to be ahead of their defender. Really just to try and bring the ball down the court and keep the ball out of the arms of the defenders, which is really important.
Oh, this could be it.
Yeah. Shot on the ball. Really
Amazing.
Play from Warwick. Really good defensive.
Especially how we have about 10 seconds left. That was amazing to get an extra point.
Really going to want this to get to goal.
Yeah. Oh, amazing.
Really good to score off that centre pass, which means they'll go into the next quarter having not lost the centre pass and got all goals possible. So really positive first half for Warwick, up in the lead, and hopefully continue in that then second half.
Crowd is loving it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone's supportive.
So about 5 minutes now break, half time, which is a little bit longer. Just a chance to get their heads back together, make any changes they need to, and have another team talk.
Yeah, we can see the team talk now. It actually looks really fun.
Yeah,
The team talk looks good.
Yeah, so they'll just have a quick little recap on what happens in the first half, make any changes. You can hear Abby making the changes. Just having a little what went well and what can we change, but really positive. And yeah, really good start for Warwick. Hopefully we can continue. Really good to get those points on the board. Another really successful quarter.
It's been good, yeah. We can see changes being made.
Yeah, so
That'll be good to see them coming on.
yeah, definitely. Really good to get more girls on. You can see the girls just warming up, getting their feet going, because it's a really difficult game to come in just like cold, because everyone's just been running Okay, so we're back in the third quarter with a 24-16 score. So Warwick will be looking to continue that goal line and win the game, and Coventry will be looking to get some interceptions and
we've
turn the
made
game
some
around.
good changes. We've got new faces, new players on.
Yes.
They'll be good.
Absolutely. We've got Mia Blaney in at centre and Alice Waters in at goal defence, and Vita, who's just shooting there now, in at goal shooter. So really good.
Brilliant.
First game shots for Vita.
We've changed positions around. Goalkeeper's changed.
So goal defence has gone back to goalkeeper, and then we've had a new goal defence coming in. And we've got our wing defence from the first quarter back on, so lots of changes. It's nice to get all the girls from the squad on.
It's nice that everyone gets an opportunity to be in this
Yes,
game.
absolutely. Everyone to represent, really important.
I'm loving the support from the bench of the girls who aren't on there.
Yes, absolutely. That's really important to have the support of the girls on the bench. It just keeps we want a positive
spirits
atmosphere,
high,
absolutely. You want the mindset. If the bench is positive, then it's almost like an eighth player on the court, really. It just keeps you going and really wants you to turn those intercepts or get the ball down. So the girls will be really thriving off the crowds at the moment, just that positive support. They'll be playing for the crowds, which is really great. Brilliant feeding from Mia into Vita. That connection is really strong.
The crowd is loving it.
Yeah, and brilliant shot from Vita as well. Really strong passage of play from Warwick. Warwick is now up by 10 goals, 27-17. Good. Really good core rotation from Libby in that goal attack. Managed to fake and draw that defender and then rotate around the front to get the ball in a position to score the goal.
That's good.
Really good defensive pressure again. Unfortunately, contact call for the goalkeeper, but that was a nice try for the intercept. That was good. Yeah, brilliant Warwick centre pass. A lucky feed, so Warwick will be looking to turn this and keep the really good defensive pressure from attack. Brilliant tip from the goal shooter. That was really nice defensive play from Warwick.
They're playing well together, they know what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. These court linkages and teams are so good. You can see that the girls really support each other on and off the court.
There's almost like unspoken words with each other.
Yes, absolutely. It's just that unsaid communication, which does come with it playing experience of together. And luckily they've had the entire season to build that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're playing super well. Warwick's 28, Coventry 19. At the moment, Coventry goal shooter. We're defending really well over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice arms over. Good passage to play from Coventry. This is a really good quality match, and it's nice to see the girls playing so well.
Yeah. With it being such a physical game, just then, our goal shooter was literally between two people.
Yes, absolutely. It's that physicality. Being able to take the ball under the physicality, settle, pressure, and then form that really difficult skill of turning to post and shooting. So it's going from a really high work rate to settling yourself. Excellent tip from goalkeeper, ran her feet, managed to get that tip for Warwick.
Oh, that was amazing, that catch. That was good.
Yeah, really well taken, just using that elevation.
That was a good defense.
Yeah, really well read by goal defence.
That was good.
challenged the ball, came off her player to take that intercept. So excellently read by that goal defence, but it looks like it's now a Warwick ball. Well rebounded from Vita.
That was good.
Yeah, and a nice shot.
Good shot indeed.
Warwick sent to pass again.
Oh, is she okay? Oh. Yep, she's okay.
Yeah.
She's laughing, yeah? Nice.
So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, excellent interception from goal defence, and tried to keep it on court. Unfortunately, just went into the goal shooter's face. But she seems okay. She's laughing. She seems okay.
She's laughing about
Yeah.
it. She's got ahead in the
Yeah.
game now. Oh wow, that did look super painful.
And that ball in the face can be incredibly painful. Luckily, the goal shooter seems okay.
Yes.
Really excellent defensive pressure there from goal defence. Had great arms over.
Good, yeah. Well, the crowd has got bigger.
Yeah.
And people want to watch.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
such a tight game. There's still all to play for, so the crowd is really intense and very in it. Coventry have had a really good couple of minutes, so Warwick will be looking to turn this. Yeah, so in a centre pass, all the players have to be behind the line.
Oh,
So
right,
at that
okay.
point, the wing defence was just over the line when the whistle was blown, which gives Warwick the opportunity to have the ball. Unfortunate miscommunication there, but Warwick will try and turn it again. Brilliant tip from centre. Really
Our wing defence now has it.
Yeah, so really excellent tip from the centre, and then drew the contact call, which meant there was a penalty in the centre third, which allowed our wing defence to take it and allow our centre to get down for a bit more depth.
Oh, brilliant. You explained this game amazingly, by the way. Let's just put that out there. I can understand the game now.
Good, I'm glad I'm not confusing you anymore. Yeah, really well worked around by the keeper. Got her feet and managed to deny the space, which just meant the ball went off the back line. So that was excellent play. She rolled around the back.
That was good.
So really cleverly read that.
That was a really good pass between the three of them.
Yes, absolutely. So you can see them trying to get depth in towards more of the goal, and then just resetting it once there wasn't anything on. But they're really secure on the ball, just really happy setting it back and just maintaining possession, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, just keeping the ball and trying to get it to goal.
Yeah,
Warwick's under no pressure to make up goals, they just need to maintain possession and score off their centre passes now, which they seem to be doing. Yeah, good choice on the reset. Wing defence drove in really well through, just offering that support because there wasn't anything on in front, and they'll try and work it into the circle now. Really good tip from Coventry goalkeeper.
I will say, Coventry's working incredibly hard. They're doing amazing work.
Yeah, excellent shot. Excellent shot from the goal shooter, really out of range. Her shooting accuracy is going to be really good.
Yeah.
A really good defensive pressure. You can see the goal attack with her arms up. Trying to just delay vision and delay that ball being moved around. And well rebounded. Yeah, really well rebounded by goalkeeper. And Warwick have got an opportunity to, well, picked up by goal attack. And brilliant hold by Vita. Just getting that ball in. And well rebounded again. She's going to goal.
Warwick is currently 33 and Coventry is 24 with 5 minutes left.
Yeah. Really strong position to be in at this point with a 9-goal lead. So if they can just keep those points on the board and maintain this gap, they should be good for the rest. But we'll see. There's still loads to play for, and Coventry are having an amazing game. It's a big challenge.
They really are. They are very dedicated as well. Really hard working. Good teamwork with them as well.
Yes, absolutely. contact call there from the goal shooter. Just the goal defence had it in their hands when she tried to bash it out, so that was blown.
She looks like she's fine.
It just looks like she's got a finger on her head. So, really well worked through from Warwick. Excellently read by goal defence.
Game just paused for a bit.
Yeah, so umpires call time and they'll just be making some changes. It's either an injury call.
It's an injury call. Oh, yep.
Sometimes these can be used as a tactical time, but genuinely looks like it was an injury call. The goal shooter's rubbing her eye, so they just
I think it might just be cut above her eyebrow, just where the ball might have just banged a little bit. But
yeah,
she looks good. She didn't.
She looks fine. She looks fine. She'll be coming on hopefully in the next quarter. It just can't be on court with blood, so she'll have to come off and make sure she's not bleeding before she comes back on. Well picked up by goal defence. That was excellent. And really unfortunate. Oh, again, yeah, just the girls to fight for that ball. You can see them trying to go for any loose balls. It's really excellent.
Good. Support from the crowd. Good.
So really good drive and focus from the Warwick girls. And good shot from Vita.
Shot. We're 10 points up. We've got a good lead right now.
There's absolutely 4 minutes left to go this quarter. 10 points up is a really good position to go, and then we just got 15 more minutes of netball to go.
Oh, that was a great pass.
Yeah, excellent Y-wing attack on that centre pass. Managed to draw the Coventry defenders and then change direction and get free 2v1, so really good. Managed to get herself through that gap and receive the first face of the centre pass. Brilliantly rebounded by Yap goalkeeper, just using that elevation. Contact call, so Warwick will get a free pass inside the centre third, which allows the wing attack to get down and be a free player. An obstruction call under the post, which gives Warwick that shot and allows them to score.
Good shot.
Yeah. So really strong play from the girls this quarter. It's really nice to see that we can make changes and still maintain that score lead.
Yes.
Any changes that we've made, I think we've got the entire bench on at this point, which is really nice to see, and still maintain that win.
Everyone's had a chance, everyone had a go.
Yeah,
and everyone's still working together with a really good team.
Yeah, so making any changes hasn't changed, which just really attests to the strength and depth of the squad and is a really positive thing.
Coventry've got the ball at the moment. Oh, up she gets.
Yeah, just a little bit of a contact for the goal defence. So just 2 minutes left of this quarter. Excellent feed from the goal attack, really placed into space, which allowed the goal shooter to run on it. And another score for Warwick. So brilliant, excellent play from the girls.
That was really good.
They've cleaned up the blood, so it looks like the goal attack is now.
She's now goal attack.
Yeah, so the goal shooter is now back on the goal attack playing for Coventry.
She's even more determined now. She's
Yeah,
got
definitely.
fire in her bones.
Absolutely, came back on with a bang and
There
took
we
that
go.
ball to goal. Yeah,
Well done.
exactly.
Good for her. With a minute left.
Yeah, worked that down just as equally as well. So these sides are pretty evenly matched. It's a really good challenge for both the sides and really good game to see.
we just want to defend now. Yeah.
Yeah, defend.
Keep defending.
Try and prevent Coventry from scoring off their centre pass. We want to delay play as long as possible. So. Only 20 seconds left to go, so there were the whole time there, just because the ball went off the back line.
But we got it very quickly.
Yeah.
The girls on the bench legged it and did it.
Yeah. Warwick will just be looking to try and delay play here and just stop them scoring for the next, with literally 5 seconds to go, just be trying to stop them.
This has been a good quarter.
Yeah, that's a gone.
Going into the fourth and final quarter, Bazil, what did you make of that period of play?
Coventry didn't get any momentum at all. Warwick were much more clinical. And yeah, we're 15 minutes away from this varsity being over and from Warwick winning a 32nd consecutive varsity.
Yeah, we believe if Warwick do get this victory here in the netball, that is going to be the final score wrapped up for Warwick, with still games still to play here at the Sports and Wellness Hub and around campus. But so, I mean, thinking about the kind of the Coventry momentum, as you said, you thought, are they down and out in this fixture?
I mean, yeah, I mean they've got to climb Mount Everest right now, and they've got to climb Mount Everest like 3 times, because it's a big score to cut back from. But yeah, if you don't believe you can win, you should probably bench yourself. But they're not gonna believe that they can't win. Coventry's always gonna believe that they're gonna win. And yeah, never give up. Miracles can happen, and if you don't believe in the miracles, they won't happen. So you've got to give your effort for the miracle to happen.
Well, they did have that good passage of play at the beginning of the second quarter. Hopefully they'll come out, or they'll be thinking they can come out in this fourth quarter and have a repeat.
Yeah, but I also like to highlight the Warwick bench. They came on, and the substitutes came on and they did what we thought they would do, and bring fresh legs and come, kind of compete with that kind of underdog mentality that Coventry has. Because Coventry's down by 7 or 8, whatever they were. They came out obviously wanting to cut back that lead, but those fresh legs really kind of stopped that run from ever happening.
So the warm-ups that we were witnessing on the side of the pitch, obviously working here for Warwick, kind of those little hop, step and jumps. But we have got this final quarter to come. Let's hand back to our commentary team.
Back for the last quarter.
Warwick centre pass. Excellent feeder, unfortunately just not taken. But yeah, back for the final quarter, final 15 minutes of netball, and the girls.
Warwick 38, Coventry 26. The determination is real here.
Yeah, both sides will be looking to leave it all out on the court for the last quarter. Really well picked up from wing defence.
And we are shooting still that way. Is that right? Oh, is that our goal that way?
Yeah, so we've now changed. We changed again like we do every quarter. Brilliant challenge by goalkeeper. Excellent challenge. On commentary, we'll have a free have a throw in there. It was blown as a back line, so Coventry. Yep, so they'll be looking to walk back the ball in and out of the circle towards the shooters and just gain a little bit more towards, so that ball will be going up and in. Good challenge for goal defence, unfortunately, contact call, a good challenge. Brilliant rebounded, well flicked out. That was a ball. Yeah. Yeah. So that was excellent from the goalkeeper. She managed to get a tip to it and just flick it towards her player, which she knew that was stood on the edge of the circle. So really good. These last 15 minutes will get a little bit physical as they are the last quarter, and the players are looking to leave it out all on the court. So we've just seen a little bit in the up of physicality, a couple of players on the floor, but they'll brush it off and get back on.
They all have. It's amazing how they just get back up and play on. Or, like Coventry, they put a pass through and come back on.
Yes, absolutely.
Amazing
All girls
attitude,
are
yeah.
really willing and really wanting to be on court here. So excellent take by the goalkeeper. Yeah, all the girls are really wanting to be on court and wanting to play, so they will just brush it off. Yeah, well taken. Just managed to keep it in court there and work, really good work in and out towards the post and score off there. So Warwick centre pass, hopefully they can take it to goal. Really nice change from goal attack. Just managed to lose that defender and then drive in the opposite direction to gain depth on that court. Brilliant. And another shot from vice captain Hannah Braithwaite. Brilliant challenge from goal defence. Unfortunately, just a little bit of contact towards the ends, but brilliant challenge. And another Warwick centre.
I think all the girls here played amazingly.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's played so well. Every change that's been made has been really positive.
Everyone's given 100%.
Yeah,
You see that.
absolutely. We've had no bad quarter. Every change and every combination has worked really well. So really good choices from the captains. And each member of the squad has been really positive addition, which just shows to the strength of the squad here at Warwick.
Exactly. Good strength here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a good show of sportsmanship here. All working well.
Yeah.
Also, it's been a nice game. There's been no messes, nothing bad.
No, really nice game.
I think a good vibe for the game.
Yes, absolutely. You can see the girls of both teams, really positive attitudes and really nice game to play. Yeah, 11 minutes to go. Warwick 42, Coventry 28. Just managed to pull away a little bit.
Again on the floor, but she gets straight back up.
Yeah.
No fuss.
It's a physical game, so we will see those contact calls, especially in the next 10 minutes or so. Because all girls are just really wanting to challenge and get that ball.
Good command by the captain. Keep going.
Yeah,
We've
just
got this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. A little bit of contact there, but it's all good.
So another time call and injury call for Coventry. They'll just be looking to make some changes.
Oh yeah, they've changed centre and
Yeah.
goal defence.
So they put goal defence into centre and got a brand new goal defence in. So excited to see how this changes things.
Good. So that we're 12 points ahead, we can keep this going.
Now we just need to score off all our centre passes.
Need to get a bit more possession. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how you do it. Really well worked from the girls. Textbook centre pass executed really well. So just an offside call there for the wing defence, so it was a Warwick ball. Brilliant drive from wing attack, really into the depth in the pocket, an excellent feed into the circle. You can see that link between the wing attack and the goal shooter again, which is so important.
Good from the goal attack, good defence. Good
Yeah.
shot.
Excellent shot. And really good work from Warwick. Now 15 goals up at 45-30. Really good defensive play from Warwick. And well work from Coventry into the goal. Really well screened from goal shooter there. She managed to keep the goalkeeper on her front, which allows that pass into the goal shooter without it being challenged. So really clever play from Warwick goal shooter there. Really good tip from goal attack. Excellent play.
Oh, that was lucky, that was good.
Yeah, another ball in the face, unfortunately. But well picked up by Coventry, and they'll take that to goal.
Someone's there for the crowd, let's get defence. Support for the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely.
We know what we want, what we need.
Yeah, lots of netball knowledge in the crowd today.
Lots of netball knowledge.
So they'll know what the girls need to do to bring this home.
Good.
And managing to maintain that 15-goal lead. Brilliant challenge by goalkeeper again. Coventry just need to put a little bit more on that ball, and that will be going into their goal shooter, but excellent challenge by Warwick. Yeah, you can see a couple of Coventry players warming up on the sideline. Just looks like they'll be looking to try and get everyone on in this game, which is really good. Another shot from Hannah Braithwaite. Good passage of play from Warwick. Yeah, so there's another time call, and the Coventry are making another change, just at goalkeeper.
Looks like they've got a good support system here, which is nice to see.
Definitely, just a rotation between the girls in the squad, which is really excellent. Excellent feed in there. Really well seen and really well taken. Really good passage of play. Another change. Just look.
The girl who's coming off, she's been in the whole time. She's done amazingly here.
Yeah. So just looking to get all players on and off.
Nothing to support the crowd again. Go Warwick, big yell.
Really well taken by centre there. Unfortunately, a footwork call. That was a really quick transition by Warwick. Unfortunately, that final ball didn't go in, but they managed to get the ball down the court really quickly, which is kind of a really effective transition. So really good defensive pressure by there, Warwick. Managed to force the 3-second call. But again, the pressures are high, so Coventry again had really strong defensive pressure, and the ball is moving back and forwards, but it's just a sign of the high stakes of the game. And we have 4 minutes 30 to go.
Warwick with 48 and Coventry 32.
Yeah, so Warwick will be looking to hit 50, just a nice milestone to have.
That will be very impressive and very cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really brilliant. Excellent score, and it's a Warwick centre pass. Really well worked in.
Yeah. Warwick now on 50.
Excellent play from the girls. Excellent shot there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This goal attack's been highly accurate throughout the entire game. And brilliant interception from Freya Sugarman, goal defence. And the girls had a really quick transition through. And a final shot by Vita.
Good.
Just 3 minutes left in the game now. And again, another excellent interception from goal defence. And a brilliant transition.
See, they're pulling out all the stops now.
Yeah.
They want it. They know
Absolutely.
they need it.
It just hits those final 3 minutes. You know you've won the game, but it's just playing it out through.
It's just playing for fun.
Yeah.
Now. They know they've won, but
Just enjoying these final 3 minutes because most of these girls are quarter finalists, so this will be one of their last opportunities to play netball at Warwick.
And this will be their last varsity.
And last varsity, exactly. So it's just really enjoying this passage of play with their teammates and celebrating this amazing achievement on court.
Last time wearing the Warwick colours, playing for Warwick.
Absolutely.
You can see they want this.
Yeah.
You know they enjoy playing with each other as well. It's
Yeah.
nice to know, nice to see. Good catch by the centre.
Yeah, really well taken and excellent bounce into the ball and well shot. Warwick managed to up it to a 22-goal lead, so really, really good, strong fourth quarter from them. So the captains will be looking to be very happy with them.
They played strong as well.
Yeah, Coventry have played amazingly.
Yeah,
So,
kept going.
yeah, really
33
excellent.
still really good.
Yeah, really respectable score and excellent play from Coventry. It's been a really physical, challenging
Yeah.
game.
They've upped their game.
Yeah,
It's good to
absolutely.
see.
And well shot again from Hannah Braithwaite.
Yelling no goal with 55 seconds left.
Yeah, 55 seconds to go. Last minute, it looks like it will go to goal, which means it will be a Warwick centre pass, so they'll be looking to get another goal on the table at least.
You can see the determination here. They want it, they want one more.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
And that looks like it should happen.
Yeah,
excellent
amazing.
Shot from,
Yeah.
Excellent shot from Vita. 30 seconds to go. They'll be looking to make a turnover.
The crowd here is
Coventry-
wild now.
Yeah, last 30 seconds. Okay, out of court call for Warwick. I'll try to get this down in the last 20 seconds
Yeah.
of the game. 10 seconds left.
All the girls are smiley, happy. The Warwick girls are.
Coventry want to get this down as quickly as possible towards goal.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Look it in. So
that's over. Warwick has won.
Well played, Warwick.
Warwick's won 57 points to Coventry's 34.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Excellent
on their
play.
feet, everyone's happy.
Yeah. There was a contact ball underneath the post, so Coventry have
All right,
a
a
final
57-35 win for Warwick here in the women's netball, and that means with the confirmed scores we have so far, it's 18 to Warwick. So Warwick, champions of Varsity 2023. Brazil, do we expect anything different?
In life, 3 things are certain: death, taxes, and Warwick winning the Varsity. It's 32 out of 32 consecutive wins in Varsity history. I mean, we expected that to happen. But respect to Coventry for coming out here, and especially the netball team, because they're in the league below Warwick and Bucks. But they came out here and gave a fight, and they didn't give up, and they didn't drop their heads.
So let's focus on that game and some of the key points, some of the key elements of that game. We saw Coventry coming out in that second quarter, really putting on a fight back, but that just fizzled out as we progressed through the game.
Yeah, and the third quarter was kind of similar, and the fourth quarter, and the game was all but done. Midway through the fourth quarter. I mean, they'll be disappointed, but Warwick, they were just too good, and they were strong and they were clinical.
Absolutely, and I suppose that really contrasts with what we were discussing earlier about Coventry really not being able to take their chances.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd have taken their chances in the second quarter, kind of used those runs, they had that 6-2 run we talked about, and kind of were more clinical with their shots. Maybe the scoreline would be different, but yeah, I mean, 22-point difference. I mean, it tells you what you need to know about this game.
Exactly, it is quite a significant gap in the scores with the ball going between the two teams after a goal is scored. So really, you think there's an evenness there. But Warwick really able to work on the transitions, be able to win the ball back. Some of it probably coming from Coventry not being able to convert their shots, as we've said.
Yeah, and Warwick were ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. When Coventry lost the ball, Warwick went straight on the attack as fast as they could, and they weren't taking any prisoners, and ruthless with their game, and that's how you've got to be like in sports. Don't let the opponents have a chance.
Although it did seem like quite a good-natured game between the two sides, we did see that little bit of a coming together in the final seconds, which resulted in that free throw being given to reduce the deficit for Coventry by 1 there. I mean, it did seem like quite a well-tempered game.
Oh no, absolutely. Both teams respected each other. I think both teams understood, who they were playing against. Coventry knew they were playing against a team that's a league above them in the Bucks competitions, and Warwick knew that Coventry weren't as good coming in to this game. Coming off 2 losses, but they played with respect, and I think by them playing ruthless, it means they obviously respected Coventry a lot, because they didn't want to, they didn't want Coventry to come back and score.
Exactly, and lots of the names that usually on first team Bucks team sheets again playing today. Hopefully we should be hearing from some of the players that played in the game a little bit later, but obviously going out a full squad, really respecting Varsity.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think that's why we've repeated it so many times today. Respect, but it means it just shows that the Warwick netball team is out here to win games, and not to kind of I don't know. They just came out here to win the game, and they took this very seriously.
And we discussed before the final quarter the impact that the substitutes has on some of the game today, and the fact that they're able to come on with fresh legs and really impact the game. And that did give Warwick the opportunity to rotate players around the pitch as well, I suppose, adding that extra element of surprise into the game.
Absolutely, and those fresh legs for me was the difference in the game. As soon as they came on, it was kind of they really nullified the Coventry threat, and they put the game to bed.
Exactly, and I suppose we've kind of touched on already that the overall scoreline. Do you think it kind of flatters Warwick a little bit on the passages of play, or does it really reflect the game?
I think it reflects the game. I mean, the game's over 4 quarters. You have to play all 4 quarters. You don't play 2 quarters, a good 2 quarters, and then expect to win the game or even be close. If you can't finish out the 4th quarter, then the scoreline will reflect that, and the scoreline reflected that.
Exactly, and it did seem like some of those substitutions, as we said, the opportunity that players had to come on and really shake up the opposition really worked.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I said, it's the difference to me in that game, and Warwick using their substitutions well has paid off.
Exactly. Well, shall we have a run through some of the other fixtures that we've had today? We started off with the volleyball games, the men's and women's volleyball games. 2 wins for Warwick there. I suppose, they started off all right for Warwick.
Yeah, and there were two games which Warwick deserved to win, and deserved to win by by the margin that they won by. In the women's volleyball, they came back in the second set, and that fighting spirit, gave them momentum on the third set, and they got a 3-0 sweep, and they gave themselves justice by that scoreline.
And another scoreline which was pretty good for Warwick was the women's football, a 4-0 win for Coventry over at Westwood Heath. Not quite the amount of goals that they scored against Coventry in the league, 9-0 a few weeks ago, but I'm pretty sure Coach James will be pretty happy with his side after that win.
I mean, any score that's above 3-0 is a big score. So 4-0 is a great score anyway. It doesn't matter if you beat them 9-0 the last time. It obviously means that Coventry played better this time, but 4-0 is an incredible score to win by.
One of our other featured fixtures today, Dodgeball, both the men's and women's team won. The men's won 20-8 and the women's won 15-7. I mean, always exciting to see Dodgeball here at a varsity game. I do associate it with varsity competitions, and 2 wins for Warwick.
Yeah, it's a strong sports club here on campus, and they proved that today at varsity that they could do it at the big stage.
Now, one of the sports that is continuing to go, and will go until about 10 o'clock this evening, is esports over at the Warwick Esports Centre. Warwick being one of the major universities for esports in the country, well, really the number one. They had a really good outing in the first set of games, but they lost the Valorant round. So we'll have to see what happens. A 3-2 loss there, so quite narrow. And we talked about cycling, the 23.11 to 24.38 win there. That was also impressive.
Yeah, and cycling as well, and so that's a huge win for Warwick, and that win meant that this game has never been here the varsity victory for Warwick.
And now, absolutely delighted to be joined by 2 of the captains from women's netball. The game that we've just seen, the 2 captains, Abby Wood and Hannah Braithwaite, as they make their way into the studio. Go on, grab a mic.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win. Abby, might as well start with you. You must be pretty happy with your team.
Yeah, it was so good. We had lots of new combinations. We brought quite a few of our twos players up for today's match. So in the first half, you had our 1 starting squad, but then in the second half, you did see lots of our twos girls giving such a good game, which was really nice to see that we've got such a strength in our squad.
Yeah, and that was something that we noticed up here as well, players being able to switch positions. Hannah, I suppose that's something that you must be pretty happy to see, people able to play in multiple different positions and a foxy opponent.
Yeah, I think as well this year we selected our teams based on versatility, how many positions we can play, not just being in one position. So that's why our team worked so well today. All of us could play 2 or 3 different positions, and I think that really strengthened and deepened our squad.
And substitutions as well, I mean, playing an absolute key part. How important was it to bring on those fresh legs to really kind of extend the score towards the end of the game?
So important. I think there are some positions in netball, particularly in that centre court, which just are knackering, and you can't do a full game and keep it up. So I think it's so important, especially in the middle.
Especially in a game like this where there's a lot of contest at every ball, even as a goal shooter and as a goalkeeper, everyone's getting knackered because they're having to run so hard.
And it was quite a contest, by no means kind of quite an easy game, as no varsity game is, but I suppose the scoreline, you must be pretty happy seeing that 57 on the board for Warwick.
Yeah, I think netball's an odd sport anyway, where obviously most games you are aiming to get into the 50s, 60s or 70s. But I think, we had a bit of a slower start, so it was nice in that last quarter just to pull that scoreline further ahead.
Yeah, we definitely did. I think by the last quarter, we knew we had that win in the basket, so we had a very positive mindset, whereas maybe Coventry just dropped back a bit, so it allowed us to run away with it, really.
Exactly, and it's a win that confirms Varsity 2023 for Warwick. And did you know that?
No.
No.
Well, there we go.
Go Warwick! Woohoo!
Congratulations. I suppose
Thank you so much.
everyone is going to be celebrating this netball win later on today.
Yes,
definitely. We
can't wait to get to the old lib.
Old library, see you there.
Old library, see you there.
All right. Well, I mean, to put you on the spot, can you pick a player of the match? Because it was so many players being able to come in and play for you.
For me, I think my especially in that last quarter. She was all over her goal.
Varsity debut as well.
Yeah, it was a big varsity debut. It's her last year.
And then I would have to give mine to Vita Bush, our second goal shooter, because I think coming on shooting halfway through a game is really tough, and she did it seamlessly.
So, I mean, all good names all around. And, I mean, really, what's it been like to play in this varsity fixture? You had a great crowd up here on the balcony. And what was that like? Were they spurring you on?
Yes, I think it's tricky. Last year we had even more.
And I mean, plenty of banners up in the crowd as well. Did you see any of those when you were on the pitch?
Yeah, definitely. And that is really nice. We'll do that every year, and I think it is sweet.
Yeah, I was involved.
Hannah made them all.
I actually made my own stuff.
I mean, may as well. If you got someone to be able to hold it up and keep you going through the game, nothing wrong with that. Right. Exactly. Abby, Hannah, congratulations on the win today, and enjoy celebrating later on.
Thank you so much.
Well, there we go. That was the captains of women's netball here on Raw 12:51 AM. Pretty delighted with the team's win today, Basil.
Yeah, and I was surprised that that assured the varsity victory. I think that means that they were focused on their game, and they were blocking all the noise out. That their game could be the winning game. But that's what you need in sports. You need to focus on your game and not focus on other people's games.
Exactly. It's something that athletes constantly have to think about when they're on the pitch, when they're in the water, whatever they're doing. Kind of that crowd that's spurring them on. And as we've mentioned quite a few times already through the stream, varsity, completely different animal when it comes to crowds and sport. We had lots of instruments earlier with the volleyball, and great support for the dodgeball as well, one of our other streams. So, I mean, it just brings out something special, doesn't it?
Yeah, and like we said at the beginning of the game, despite both teams coming off losses, it's a different atmosphere. There's a louder crowd, and you kind of have to play off that, and you have to realise that it could be a bit of a distraction, like we mentioned earlier. But they did well, and they got the victory.
Let's crack on and have a look at some of the other fixtures that we've had so far today. The Women's Rugby Union over at Westwood Heath as well. It was another victory for Warwick, 19-15 in Warwick's favour. So quite a good result there for Warwick.
Yeah, and like we said, the tennis as well, and the other sports have gone through just a very dominating performance from Warwick so far.
And yeah, men's squash, a complete victory there. 5-0 is the official score that we've had. With squash being one of the key sports here at Warwick, I suppose that is not to be expected.
Yeah, like we said, when you come into the sports centre, you see the squash on the left-hand side, and so you kind of expect squash, to be a very good sport for Warwick, and it proved to be.
And the men's indoor cricket, I mean, you could say that's the only blot on Warwick's record so far, but it seemed like quite a competitive game, so maybe we'll let them off.
Yeah, and also you can't win everything in life. The cricket team will be, they'll be disappointed, but when you look at the bigger picture, then you realise that it doesn't really matter that much.
Exactly. Well, we still have got some fixtures underway and some kicking off very soon, or pushback, as I should say, to use the correct term. We've got women's and men's hockey taking place over at the Westwood Warwick pitches, so if you can go and make your way over there, see if Warwick can really kind of top it off with some great victory there. And we've also got the swimming Brazil. A sport close to my heart particularly. I'll have to go and see how it's going on over there. But as we kind of been discussing through the day, Warwick not got all of their team here, some at Bucks Nationals, so it could be quite an interesting one.
Yeah, but I think now it doesn't really matter. Now that the varsity victory, is assured, I think it'd be great for other people, to get in on the action, and they don't have the pressure of winning their sport, for the overall varsity victory, and so it's a good experience for them.
So good luck to the swimmers that are going to be competing. So it is a 32nd victory for Warwick in varsities against Coventry, and that unbeaten streak doesn't end in 2023. We've watched some great games here at the Sports and Wellness Hub today, and there's still the men's and women's hockey to go, as we've mentioned. we'll see if they repeat their dominant performances once again and make it an even greater victory over Coventry. Thank you very much for watching and listening to Raw's coverage this afternoon. It's been great to have you with us on what has been a really superb day of sport. But the big events don't stop here for us. As Raw mentioned earlier on in the day, we've got the big decision next Friday. We'll be hosting the announcement of the Students' Union election results. And your sporting fix does not end here on Raw. We've got 5 great sports shows for you to enjoy. You can join us for Warwick's Premier League review, follow the upcoming F1 season on the F1 show, delve into North American sports on Ball. I think Brazil, you may know something about that.
Yes.
Good show, very good. And you can also tune in for great chat about football and cricket on the Cover Drive Striker. And we've got the Warwick Sports Show, where we'll continue to celebrate the successes of Team Warwick and look at sport beyond campus. And you can check our website for the full schedule. Thank you to Team Warwick and the clubs that have been featured, to Warwick Sport, and a huge thank you to the Raw team who have made this whole thing work today. Thank you, Bazil, for joining me.
No, thank you for having me along.
I hope you've enjoyed. It's been a great day of varsity sport.
Oh yeah, as you know, as you said all along, there's been a great atmosphere today, and different atmosphere than what you normally get, and so that kind of added on, to the spectacle.
Yeah, so thank you very much for joining me off screen, and thank you very much to all of the team that have been working behind the camera and those that have helped prepare this broadcast. It has been such an amazing group of people working on this, and it is such a privilege to be part of Raw. So all that's left for me to say is I've been James Lewis, and you've been following Varsity 2023 on Raw. Come on, Team Warwick.
That man can not only just do photos, but he can sing as well. Don't go far, because in 10 minutes we'll be back with the next band.
And we are back at the end of the first. Are we going? Yeah. And we are back at the end of the first heat of Battle of the Bands with.
Yeah, Medicine.
No, Medicine indeed. And tell us how that went. I mean,